Hello to all my dear followers. I want to welcome you to the second season of What If Naruto was raised by the Uchiha clan and fell in love with Hinata. If you want a third season, all you have to do is hit the like and subscribe buttons. Without further ado, enjoy.
Chapter 13, Training Resumes and Advanced Skills. Last time, we saw how Naruto was being sent to the academy for some training. While there, he was being introduced into making replicas of himself. Although his clones weren't perfect, he pledged himself to continue practicing so that he can master the clone replica technique. Furthermore, we are being told that Mizuki, Iruka's longtime friend, is planning something to sever the bond between Naruto and his teacher for good in order to ensure his powers goes directly to the Akatsuki. But how will Naruto be able to stop Mizuki from unleashing his plans? Tune in and see. As Naruto continues his training regimen set up by the Hokage himself, he finally realizes that this is the only way for him to get stronger if he wants to put an end to his true foe. Although the child was reluctant at first about training in the academy, he decided to go through with this to show that he isn't a weak shinobi as everyone thought him to be. Even Iruka knows what this child had gone through because the Hokage went through a lot of trouble trying to keep the child out of danger. Even Mizuki felt sick to his stomach hearing about the child's strong bond with Iruka due to the fact that the instructor had been on a ton of missions with his old friend and rival. The anger inside of Mizuki was beginning to boil as he storms out of the academy to begin his plan. Despite numerous amounts of attempts, Naruto refuses to give up on making replicas of himself as he continued making various hand signs and shouted, "Kage Bushin no Jutsu." When the smoke cleared, Naruto was surrounded by the vast amounts of clones he created. He was shocked at this new revelation and shouted, "Yes! I finally did it! Now I finally figured out why Iruka wanted me to get stronger. With all this practice, I think it will pay off for me. As for Mizuki, I will decide his fate soon enough. He was a fool for us to trust, and who does he think he is, trying to sever my bond with Iruka? I will teach him a thing or two about respect." With that, Naruto dispelled the clones and headed home for the night. That night, the street of Konoha was filled with people since many of them are either eating out or dancing the night away. It seems that there was a special occasion going on which would attract a lot of attention to many folks here, including Naruto. As the child went over to see what was going on, he could see many of his friends attending the party as well. "Ino, Sakura, fancy meeting you guys here. I heard that there was some party going on here, so I decided to check it out. Anyway, how are you ladies doing?" asked Naruto upon arrival. "Oh, hey Naruto. Glad to see you here as well. I hope things are going well for you at the academy. Plus, we've heard that you mastered the shadow clone technique. Your skills just amaze us a lot, but we honestly do want you to be careful since Mizuki just wants what's inside of you. Don't let him get the best of you, okay? Also, as long as you keep up your training, you should have no problem with combat skills. Furthermore, we will do our best to offer you support. In the meantime, why don't you come join us for some food," said Ino as she took Naruto's arm. "Sure, I am getting hungry anyway. Let's see what sort of food they have at the party," said Naruto. He and the girls walked towards the crowd in the streets and headed over to the food area to get something to eat. Also present were Nara Shikamaru and Inazuka Kiba along with Akamaru eating as well. "Fancy meeting you guys here. So I take it that you guys are also sent to the academy to do some training as well, right? I had a feeling that you had to start off with the basics as well in order to achieve your goals if I am not mistaken," said Naruto with a serious look on his face. "Man, it's troublesome that I was being forced to the academy. My dad wants me to work hard to reach the rank of Chunin. Honestly, I just want to spend my days watching the clouds, playing shogi with Asuma, and taking care of the deers. Besides, the Ninja Academy stuff is for babies and now we are being treated like 5-year-old brats. Come on, we should be treated like teenagers now," commented Shikamaru dryly. "Yeah, I know what you mean. My mom also wanted me to work hard to reach my potential as well. But still, I can't argue with my mother or else she will beat the crap out of me. At least I am trying my best to keep up with Naruto. Anyway, good to see you as well, old friend. Have a seat, I hope the academy is treating you well," said Kiba as he pulled a chair in between him and Shikamaru. Thanks, Kiba. Well. So far, I've been able to get the shadow clone replica technique down pat, but earlier I was creating voodoo dolls of those replicas. Irika even kept one of them as a souvenir and told me that he wanted something to remember me by. How he would keep a replica of me is beyond me, but no matter. As long as I am able to master other techniques, we should have no problem graduating from the academy, right? Commented Naruto. He was excited about the academy work be set for him and his friends. Even if you are excited about the academy stuff, you still cannot catch up to me. A dead last shinobi like you making replicas? Ha! That's laughable. Do you seriously expect me to believe that you can pull off something like this? Those basic techniques are nothing to me now. If you want something more advanced, try learning the fireball technique, because I can guarantee it will destroy anything within a 25 or 50-mile radius. Commented Sasuke as he took a seat next to Ino and Sakura. Oh Sasuke, I just knew that you would show up. You are getting quite strong these days after all that hard work. I would love to have you on my team after we graduate from the academy, said Ino while blushing and holding on to the raven-haired boy. Hold it right there, Ino pig. Sasuke belongs to me. I am the one that truly loves him, not you, boomed Sakura as she took Sasuke by the arm. In your dreams, billboard brow. Sasuke-kun is my boyfriend and I just want to hug him and kiss him. You don't deserve him, Sakura-chan. At least not until I say so. Taunted Ino while taking Sasuke's other arm. Oh yeah? Who the hell asked you to marry Sasuke? I am the one that should marry him. Beck UAE, I am the perfect kunoichi for the job, ranted Sakura as she and Ino exchanged lightning strikes at each other. Sasuke and the others sweat dropped and pretended not to hear them. It's always about women. Why do they always have to fight over this genius? So troublesome. I knew I should have stayed in bed today, sighed Shikamaru as he covered his head in disbelief. Kiba couldn't help but laugh at this little argument over a powerhouse shinobi, but decided not to get involved. Naruto then walked over and activated his Sharingan to stop the lightning glints from going onward. He then placed his hands on the girls' shoulders and separated them from Sasuke. Girls, please. This kid has been through enough today and you girls are fighting over who gets to marry him. That's just not right. You both have to wait until you are old enough to get married. For now, just treat my brother as your close friend, okay, said Naruto as he deactivated his powers. The girls were shocked to hear thins but decided not to pursue this love affair any further. However, their anger started to bloom in their heads as they threw punches and kicks towards Naruto and tossed him over 100 yards directly into the air. Naruto then landed into a tree while tearing off several of the branches before dropping onto the ground with a giant thump. Who do you think you are telling us not to marry Sasuke, HUH? That guy is perfect for the both of us. I think you should stay out of our love affair for good. Besides, you know nothing about love, shouted Sakura angrily. Her knuckles had turned red after that punch she sent to the blonde. Yeah, I agree with her. If you dare tell Sasuke that he does not belong to me, I will make your life a living hell. In fact, I would like to mind switch your body and put it inside Sasuke's body while his mind goes into yours. Would you like that, Mr. Nobody? Threatened Ino while preparing her move. Naruto knew what was coming next and decided not to interfere. He then walked back to his chair while waiting for the food to arrive at their table. Shikamaru and Kiba couldn't help but laugh after that little remark. Boy, Naruto. You really know how to piss those girls off. But I should warn you, Ino and Sakura are right, you should not mess with them. Give them time to settle their differences and eventually, you will get used to being their friend. But right now, we should focus on getting ourselves stronger to battle our true foe, said Kiba convincingly. Naruto was a bit reluctant at first but decided to trust Kiba anyway. He then returned to his seat and within moments, the food arrived and everyone sat down to enjoy their meal. The streets of Konoha had all been set up with music and the festival for all to enjoy and having a good time before actual work begins. Each shinobi had been given a break by their instructors so that they would be able to know what to prepare for the next few weeks, meaning that their ninja training will be a lot harder as they go along. Kiba-san, it looks like we will have to go through weeks of training to get in. I wonder if you are able to pull through this, asked Naruto. Of course. If Akamaru can do it, so can I. Even if you don't get stronger like I am, we will all have to work hard to graduate and go on challenging missions. Given that everyone has different paths to go on, I assume you and I will have to fight in the preliminary rounds later on in the Chunin exams. I wish you luck out there, buddy, said Kiba as he prepared to shake Naruto's hand. Same to you, dog breath. But mark my words, I won't lose to you. This fight will determine who will be facing each other in the final round and become Chunin, replied Naruto as he shook Kiba's hand. Both of them had fire in their eyes as their rivalry starts. It's like these two hadn't fought each other for such a long time now. Both of them would put everything on the line in order to achieve their goal. Shikamaru looked at them and smiled, but he also knows what he needs to do in order to get himself strong as well. However, he refuses to fight women because they can beat him too easily. He prefers to only fight men that are more suitable for him. As for Ino and Sakura, they may be friends, but they are rivals and would do anything to get what they want, especially their true love, Sasuke Uchiha. But Sasuke had other things on his mind and he seems to find both girls to be very annoying. All he could think about was putting an end to Itachi Uchiha and restoring his clan to its former glory. By the time the party ended, everyone returned to their homes except for Naruto. He decided to head over to Iruka's place for the night. Once he arrived, he knocked on the door to see if anyone was home, but no one answered the door. So the child sat down on the steps of Iruka's house to wait for him. While he waited, he could see a dark shadow approaching him from somewhere and followed it, but it disappeared shortly after. Naruto wondered where the shadow was approaching from and waited. Soon the shadow appeared again, this time it was on the rooftops. Thinking quickly, Naruto took out some shurikens and tossed them at the shadow, but it was blocked by a kunai knife and in return, the knife was tossed over to Naruto with a note hidden on it. The child then took the note from the knife and read it and was surprised to hear that Mizuki wanted him to steal something for him and bring it to the forest at night without being seen. However, Naruto knows that this was a trap and decided to go through with it anyway, but what would Iruka say when he finds out about the item going missing? Would he suspect that it was Mizuki behind this thing? One thing was for certain, Naruto has to put an end to Mizuki before it's too late. By the next morning, Naruto and his friends woke up to the sound of bells ringing and they knew what that meant. As the gang all headed off towards the academy, they are now prepared for the toughest tasks of their lives. Here we go, our chance to show everyone what we truly got. This training will determine who our assigned Jonin instructors will be after graduation. We will sacrifice everything we have to make it perfect, thought Naruto as they proceeded inside. Once everyone took their seats in the classroom, Iruka arrives inside and said, "Good morning everyone, I hope that little break has made you rested up. But now, our real work has begun and we don't have much time." When Naruto and Sasuke were here last week, they immediately started warming up with their basic combat training skills, which I would assume that the rest of you have done many times before, right? Yes, sensei, we've done that numerous times and I seem to find it boring doing it over and over again. It's troublesome and I would rather move on to more advanced stuff here in the academy. After all, I've already mastered everything here and I am well prepared to face new challenges. Otherwise, I just want to lay back and relax. I will leave the rest of the easy work over to you guys," said Shikamaru while laying his foot on the desk and stretching out his body on the chair. I agree with Shikamaru. Besides, I also mastered everything by the book as well. However, it does not hurt to review what we all learned so far. Also Naruto could use the time to review what he learned as well. Although I might not be an experienced shinobi like the rest of you are, I am also willing to do whatever it takes to be strong," said Choji while he munched on some potato chips. All the others nodded their heads and agreed on the same thing regarding a review on what they all learned here so far. Iruka then looked at them and smiled, "Well, since many of you wanted to do a review, then that's fine with me. Everyone please step forward to the front of the classroom and do a transformation of me." With that, everyone filed a single line and stepped up. Once everyone performed a perfect transformation of their instructor, Naruto was a bit nervous about doing a transformation technique, but decided to do it anyway. Once he completed it, Iruka was impressed at how well the child had progressed and would recommend them all to do other techniques later on. Well done, everyone. I guess you guys might just have what it takes to be a shinobi after all. Keep up the good work, guys. Now today, I wanted to show you about how to make replicas of yourselves. By that, I mean you should be able to make multiple copies of yourselves and use it in combat to distract the enemy. This technique is pretty much basic, just like the transformation technique. Now, I want Uzumaki Naruto to demonstrate for us about creating replicas. Go ahead, show them what you have learned so far. Continued Iruka. Alright, guys. I may not have improved on the replica technique, but here goes nothing. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, called Naruto. Soon, the entire room was filled with clones of Naruto, which surprised almost everyone, including the instructor. Wow, that's just amazing. I just never knew that you could pull off such a technique like this. Very impressive, Naruto, thank you for the demonstration. Now you see how the replicas are being made? By making a couple of hand signs, you will automatically allow an unlimited number of clones appear. But be warned, use this technique wisely, because if you don't dispel them quickly, your enemy will create a distraction for you. Commented Iruka. This was the first time that the instructor had seen this massive number of clones that Naruto created, because this technique could be very effective against any type of enemy in real combat. However, the effectiveness of this attack is very limited, since the enemy can easily dispel the clones many times and the chances of finding the real one would be quite slim. Once Naruto returned to his seat, everyone else was quite surprised that the child had actually pulled off something like this. But Sasuke wasn't too impressed at it, since he was far stronger than the blonde. However, he was happy that Naruto had learned such an advanced technique and would possibly recommend him to keep on going if he wants to surpass everyone here. Alright class, now that you've seen the demonstration of clone making, it's time that you learned about how to sneak up on your enemy. There are a couple of ways that you can do this. First, get behind like a tree or a forest and take out your weapon. Before attacking, make sure to wait until someone has given you the signal to attack. The second approach to this is to grab your opponent by the neck and snap it. This sort of attack will instantly kill an enemy, but it can also knock them out unconscious if it's being used effectively. Use this attack on unsuspecting guards in other villages or towns without being detected. If you don't use this attack effectively, chances are you will be either captured or tortured by the guards during your missions. This technique is a little bit more advanced than the previous ones, but take your time with it. The more you practice with the use of sneak attack, the better chances you will have at improving in infiltration. Finished Iruka. Everyone in the room looked around at each other and thought about this for a second, but they didn't seem to object about using infiltration. This is something that I wanted to try out myself. With my Kakashi, bugs, I think I might be able to pull off a sneak attack on almost anyone here. I think my first unsuspecting victim should be Naruto. But not to worry, this is only a demonstration, said Shino. He then disappeared into a puff of smoke with the bugs following him until he arrived face to face with Iruka. Iruka, do you mind if I try out this sneak attack demonstration on some of the students here? I think it would be good practice for me if I want to use it on real enemies later on, commented Shino while preparing his bugs. Of course, Shino. Choose which classmate you want to use for the demonstration. Finished Iruka. I picked Naruto because he is probably an unsuspecting victim. Besides, I wanted him to learn more than just clone making and fireball attacks. This way, I can improve my infiltration skills on almost any enemy or guard depending on where I am, replied Shino. Iruka was a bit reluctant at first about Naruto being Shino's first choice, but he decided to allow it anyway. So, once Naruto was called upon, he arrived to the front of the class facing Shino while turning to his instructor. You are not seriously thinking of letting me being Bug Boy's unsuspecting victim, are you? This is totally not needed. Why are you letting me being the bait here? Relax, Naruto. This won't hurt at all, okay? It's only a demonstration, we're only pretending that you are the enemy and Shino wanted to test out his powers on you. Hold still, okay? It will be over very quickly before you know it. Chided Irika as he placed Shino's hand on the blonde's shoulder and the neck. Shino then used his bugs to hold Naruto down before placing one of his hands over Naruto's mouth. He then carefully knocked the child out cold after holding onto his mouth for a while. Afterwards, Shino removed the bugs from the body and dispelled the technique and woke the child up. There you go everyone, that's my method of using a sneak attack without being detected. I think that you all will understand about how to use this effectively as stated by the instructor. As for Naruto, I think he will be fine. I didn't do too much harm to his body since my bugs are practically harmless to him. Finished Shino as he took his seat next to Hinata. Thank you very much for that demonstration, Shino. Now everyone, do any of you understand about how to use the sneak attack? If so, I do believe that you guys will have no problems in defeating any enemy with the technique. After all, using a sneak attack is very important because it can help you find out where they are located or where they are hidden. Using some thoughts and critical thinking can help you flush out the enemy without making it a costly battle. You guys are going to be putting your lives on the line if you plan to use infiltration methods. Furthermore, use this attack wisely if you plan on partaking a search and rescue mission of your comrades. Is that clear? Continued Irika while taking a sip of tea from his cup on the desk. Yes, sensei, we get it. Although I won't be planning to use sneak attacks, I prefer close combat attacks since if the enemy is weak and cannot fight back, I just attack them head on and put them out of action. However, if they continue to persist and want to go on, I can always use alternative methods to put my foes down without breaking a sweat. Besides, me and Akamaru are ready for a challenge at any time. Said Kiba anxiously. You are persistent as always. Okay then, meet me outside at the training grounds and we shall discuss about close combat over there. I do believe that using close combat is always a wise choice and it would weaken the enemy severely. Said Irika before leaving the room. Once class was over, Naruto and his friends walked over to the training field and gathered around for a meeting regarding Itachi Uchiha. This was a chance for everyone to figure out a plan of attack to eliminate Itachi once and for all since he is still considered a threat to this village. However, everyone has already developed a good understanding of basic training and are prepared to put an end to that former protege once and for all. If I was Itachi, I would sick my Kakashi bugs on him to make sure he doesn't move. Then I can perform my sneak attack on him and break his neck while knocking him unconscious. I do believe that attack can render him harmless. Suggested Shino. That's a clever plan, Shino. Unfortunately, Itachi will only be able to escape from your sneak attack. He is too clever to fall for a trick like that. So, I think it's best if we use close combat in order to render him weak first, then we can attack him head on. However, there is a chance that he might use other attacks to put all of us in harm's way. When Naruto tried to fight back against Itachi with all his might, he couldn't finish that foe off. So it's up to every one of us to do our best to not to let our guard down when we fight that missing Nin. Replied Kiba. I agree with your idea, Kiba, but since Itachi has become twice as powerful, we won't find him to be an easy prey. Also, that guy could easily dispel all my clones and put me in a state of unconsciousness like he did before. Beware of his Tsukuyomi, it's a powerful weapon that can make people have nightmares and they can easily forget things as well. None of you should fall for his attack like I did. Anyway, I need to make sure that you guys don't suffer the same fate like me. Warned Naruto. His friends looked at him for a moment and knew the sort of danger that they would be in, but they decided to brush it off. Naruto, don't worry about us, we will be able to take care of that clown easily. It's you that we are worried about right now, buddy. We all saw what happened to you firsthand when you met that traitor face to face. However, we have our own ways to make sure he does not lay his grubby little hands on you. It's troublesome for us, but we have to do what's right for our home and our friends. Added Shikamaru. Naruto felt confided when his friends offered him support. He was relieved to have reached this far, but he still had some ways to go before he becomes Hokage. Once everyone sat down for lunch, they must now figure out how to use their attacks quickly and effectively without being detected. It would be a difficult task for these guys, but as long as they work well together, they should have no problems. But these days, their lives in Konoha hasn't been very easy since they started their work in the academy. Once lunch was over, Irika arrived at the training field and said, "Well, I hope that you guys had a full meal because we are now going to talk about using close combat attacks." Now, as you may already know, close combat happens when you attack your foe head-on using your fists and hands. But this involves speed and accuracy. When you guys use close combat, do not try to resist, instead, fight with all you've got to knock down your foe even if he or she doesn't have any scratches on their bodies. You may also use kicks and various jumping methods to dodge incoming blows. Once your enemy is distracted, you can then launch your attacks head-on while your opponent is defending himself. Don't try to hold anything back when you fight head-on. And also don't worry about any injuries because if one of your opponents would say, "I cannot continue any longer," that would mean they are defeated and therefore, they will be unable to continue battling. Does everyone here understand about how to use this attack effectively? Yes, Sensei, everyone chided with confidence. Good. Now I want every one of you to find a partner and demonstrate your skills in close combat. Remember, do not hold anything back when you battle head-to-head. Use whatever force necessary to defeat your opponent. The goal of close combat is to test your courage and bravery. If you have both the courage and bravery, you will become successful close combat fighters. Fight back with everything you got and do not stop until an opponent has declared himself unable to fight or admitting defeat. Now go, and show me what you've got, ordered Irika. Soon, everyone found their partners and prepared to take their fighting stances. This time, the clock is ticking and there is no turning back now. Once the signal was given, everyone charged forward with their attacks to prepare themselves for the biggest fight of their lives. At this point, Irika was smiling because he had taught his students everything they know. All of them are getting ready to deal with real enemies after graduation. Everything that these kids had done would mean a lot to their family and to their village. Elsewhere, Mizuki watched from the bushes as he sees the students training hard. "You've done well to make these brats strong, but I believe that Naruto wouldn't have that potential to defeat me. You make thins that he has friends to save his sorry hide, but that wouldn't stop me since I have ways to put you out of action. No one, not even Naruto, will be able to save you now." Ha 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 ha, he thought evilly before disappearing like the wind. Naruto turned around and wondered what that noise was, but he wasn't too worried. From then on, Naruto will have to do everything by the book in order to keep himself strong. Personally, the blonde will have to work hard to end Itachi once and for all with the help of his friends. Chapter 14, Mizuki's Plot. In the last chapter, Naruto and his friends are working hard to pass through their basic training before the graduation exams. Once they pass the graduation exams, they will officially become genin shinobi. However, word is that Mizuki has something planned for Naruto since he wants the powers inside of the kid's body. But Irika knows that his old friend is not who he thinks he is and so therefore, he must put an end to whatever Mizuki is doing before it's too late. Will he and Naruto succeed or will the child face the harsh truth about himself? Read and find out. Several months later, with everyone continuing their training to prepare for the graduation exams, it seems that many of them have mastered almost everything that Irika had taught them since their first time in the academy. Almost all of them are making good progress so far because they passed through every single task assigned to them. As dawn approaches, Irika gathers everyone around and makes one final announcement before concluding the training. "All right, my fellow students, based on your performance out there so far today and for the last several months, I have to say I am very pleased with the results you've done so far. With everything that we have covered so far, you guys are on your way to become excellent shinobi. Now, I have another announcement to make. The graduation exams are coming up and I want you all to be in tip-top shape to prepare for them before you leave the academy to become true ninjas. The exams will cover almost everything that you've all learned so far and it can help you to prepare to face real foes in other villages. What I mean by foes is that, you will all be assigned a Jonin shinobi and you will be given various high-ranking missions outside of Konoha. Some of the missions will be easy, some are not going to be easy, but that will all depend on your strength and capabilities as genin. Don't worry, your instructors will help you out the best they can since they will be testing you as well after graduation. So I want you all to rest up, prepare for the graduation exams, and face new challenges. That is all for today," announced Irika. Afterwards, everyone jumped up and down with excitement about graduation and headed home to tell their parents about it. Once everyone left the training field, Naruto was still there finalizing his training capabilities before heading over to where Irika was. "Sensei, after all the hard work we've done so far, I think the graduation exams should pose no problems for me. After all, if I want a challenge, I will gladly do them with my friends by my side to assist me. You sure are a persistent little knucklehead. But the truth is, Naruto, you are not ready for the bigger challenges yet. The Hokage told me to start things off easy with you before we move on to the more difficult challenges. Besides, I know that these last few months of training hasn't been easy for you, but you've learned a lot so far, and I am very proud of you and your friends for that. Now you should get some rest, tomorrow you've got a big day ahead. Promise me that you will not fail, we are all counting on you to do your best, okay?" finished Irika as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Hi, Sensei. After all this hard work, I don't think there will be any problem in passing the graduation exams. Besides, I need to succeed because I cannot stay weak like this forever. Of course, your old friend Mizuki is still out there planning something big against us and I am going to be losing sleep tonight. But right now, I don't even want to think of the worst possibilities. I just want to focus on graduating from the academy and get team assignments as soon as possible. Finally, I want to thank you for teaching us to be strong and vigilant. I've got to run, see you tomorrow morning at the academy," Irika called Naruto as he left the training field. "You're welcome, Naruto. Don't be late for the graduation exams because they are going to help you a lot when you receive bigger challenges later on," called Irika after Naruto. But the child already disappeared into the distance as he heads home. That child really amuses me after everything he has been through all these years. But still, that child is special to me and I will do whatever it takes to make him strong," he thought to himself as he gathers up his equipment before heading home. Back in the Hokage's office, all the jonins were inside analyzing the progress reports from the students. Many of them were actually surprised that the students had pushed themselves over the limit to get this far, especially Asuma, Kurenai, and Kakashi. They were amazed at how well Naruto had done after his ordeal, but they don't want him to push his luck since the jonins have bigger things in store for their students and they know all about what Mizuki is planning. So, based on the students' performances, I can see that you guys are aware of how strong they are up until now. From what I can see, I think that Naruto's performance probably was the best, but I still think he should take it easy since we don't want him to exert too much force. Once all of the students graduate from the academy, Kakashi can take Naruto under his wing and make sure he gets stronger so that he can surpass his friends. Basically, I think this will be a test to see how well he does later on," said the Hokage. "The old man makes a good point. However, I think Naruto could have room for a bit more in close combat." "But still, what did you have in mind, Kakashi-san?" asked Kurenai as she continued to analyze Naruto's performance. "I think I might test him to see if he can defeat me in a one-on-one close combat after he graduates from the academy. Right now, I don't think you should underestimate Naruto's abilities since he still has the Sharingan power within him. After his ordeal with Itachi, Mizuki wouldn't be able to stand a chance against him. But as of now, let's see how well Naruto does in the graduation exams before we will make an example of him," added Kakashi while reading his book. The silver-haired jonin seems to have full confidence in the blonde's abilities as a ninja, but the student that he wants to test the most is Uchiha Sasuke since he wants the kid to fight hard to defeat Itachi. "Kakashi-san, if you are willing to train Naruto, then go for it. But for a lazy-ass jonin like Shikamaru, I think I might be able to persuade him to work on his techniques a bit more since he always spends his time watching the clouds and sleeping. Although I am impressed that he is a great strategist and an expert shogi player, I want to test him to see if he can extend his shadow to a far greater length while using close combat. It's a challenge to see if he has what it takes to be a genin." What do you think, Hokage-sama? Asked Asuma. I think that would be an excellent plan, son. Shikamura might not approve of this, but I think he might have the potential to succeed in the future. For now, I think you three have the strength and the expertise to make Naruto and his friends stronger. Besides, you all know what you need to do to fulfill your objectives. Once the genins have been assigned to you, you can then prepare them for some real intense training. That is all, Jonins. Dismissed, ordered the Hokage. With that, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai assembled out of the office and prepared their plans to make their students stronger. Back in the office, the Hokage was about to read the papers when he heard sounds of yelling and screaming. This could only mean that Might Guy was making all that noise, but the old man didn't take too much notice until Might Guy of Konoha. Futon. Konoha Senpu, shouted Guy as he gave a swift kick directly at the door before entering the Hokage's office. Once he arrived, the Hokage's sweat dropped and buried his head in disappointment as the door was ripped off from its hinges. You know, you could have knocked on the door instead of breaking it down, you idiot. But anyway, let's put the pleasantries aside. What can I help you with, Guy? Asked the Hokage. Well, I've heard that Naruto and his friends are preparing to graduate from the academy. But I should warn you, my students are also pretty strong as well. If they are underestimated, chances are they will defeat any low-level genins here, and I can promise you that right now. But on the other hand, I've heard all about what Itachi had done here. Even if that mass murderer is still at large, we need to focus on getting ourselves stronger before we deal with the Akatsuki. They are a well-prepared organization and will steal anything in their way. Said Guy. I can see that you have heard about that criminal organization, but there is much more that we don't know about them at this point, much that we are not told. As for Mizuki, I do think that he might turn against this village, but we have yet to know about his true motives and what his plans are. Right now, we are trying to focus on getting Naruto stronger since he had dealt with Itachi before. Although I cannot say for certain that he will surpass anyone else, but it's a possibility. Continued the Hokage. I see. Okay then, if you see Naruto, tell him that I wish him luck on his future training. Plus, Hyuga Niji also wishes Naruto luck as he will be battling the child later on in the Chunin exams. Plus I've also heard that Uchiha Sasuke is planning to execute his older brother for what he did to his own family, but I still feel that the kid should focus on other things instead of his revenge. It won't do this village any good if he plans to execute his brother. I've already known about Naruto's ordeal with Itachi, but we are all relieved to see him making a full recovery. Anyway, I am looking forward to seeing you in the Chunin exams. Hokage-sama. Rock Lee is destined to fight Sasuke when the time comes because he wants to prove to the world that he can get stronger than Naruto. Finished Guy as he dashed out of the window to prepare his students for the graduation exams. The Hokage was having a look of shock and disgust after witnessing his door and window broken, but he wasn't worried since these can be replaced easily. What is it with Konoha Shinobi always tearing up my office? I should probably have some Umbu guard my office in case anyone else tries to barge in here without knocking on the door. I just hope that Naruto will be okay since he has been through far too much already. He thought to himself while observing the crystal ball and sees Mizuki following Naruto back to his apartment. This time, the old man senses danger for the child and immediately called for reinforcements. Back in the streets of Konoha, Naruto could sense that someone had been following him after his training concluded. But he wasn't about to run, so he crossed his arms and said indignantly, "You can come out now, Mizuki. You are a perceptive little brat, aren't you?" "Do you know why I had followed you all the way back to your apartment?" asked Mizuki. "I think you are planning to use me to steal something of utter importance, but I am not going to do it for you." Finished Naruto while crossing his arms. Mizuki looked at him for a moment until his gentle side returned and continued, "I am not here to ask you to steal anything. Do you really think I am that stupid to let you commit a crime here in your own home? All I am doing is just to give you a heads up regarding the graduation exams. Are you sure you are prepared for this? The exams are going to be challenging and I doubt that you will pass them." "Relax, Mizuki-san, I will have no problems with the graduation exams. And since all my training had paid off, I am assuming you will be at the academy to congratulate me?" If so, then I am relieved to have worked hard to get this far. Furthermore, you should be happy that Sasuke and I have gotten to where we need to be. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to get some rest. Tomorrow I've got a big day ahead of me," said Naruto as he headed inside. "Wait a moment, even if you don't pass or graduate, you can still retake the test and start basic training again, wouldn't you? If not, then I can maybe show you how to get stronger later on. Besides, I think Iruka has gone way too soft on you. He expects you to do well, but I think he has underestimated your skills as a ninja. So if he really wants you to succeed, I think it's best if you listen to me and eventually I can guide you to success. This offer is something that you cannot refuse. Think about it," said Mizuki before disappearing into a puff of smoke. Naruto looked back and thought about the offer Mizuki told him, but decided against it since this might be a trick to play on his weakness. So he finished up his business before heading to bed to prepare for his exams, but unfortunately, he was planning to play a trick on Mizuki in order to reduce his anger and his revenge starting tomorrow morning. Things were starting to go his way as the graduation exams commences. By the next morning, every student prepared themselves for the graduation exam, including Sasuke. As they headed towards the academy, they all waited for the big moment to arrive. But as Iruka entered the classroom, he discovers that one of his students was missing. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? He was supposed to be here to prepare for the exams hours ago. Oh God, I hope he hasn't gone missing. I should probably go out and find him. Stay put class, the exams will commence once I find the kid and bring him here," said Iruka as he dashed out of the classroom and into the streets. He could already hear noises outside and Naruto laughing like crazy with two unknown jonins chasing after him. "Get your ass back here, Naruto. When I get my hands on you, you will suffer severe punishment," called the jonin. "You've crossed the line this time, you little brat. If you set off those explosives, chances are you are only going to hurt yourself," called the other shinobi as they chased after the child, but Naruto wasn't going to listen to them as he jumped from roof to roof while setting off the explosives and causing cracks to appear on the rooftops. He then moved towards the Uchiha compound while maintaining his cover. He discovers Itachi's room and decided to plant a couple of explosive tags there while shouting, "Uchiha Itachi! You traitorous monkey-loving serial killer! How would you like it if I blow your room sky high? Yeah, that will show the world how powerful you really are. Come and get me if you dare. Soon, no one in Konoha will disrespect me anymore." He then escaped from the Uchiha compound just in time to hear the loud boom. Within minutes, Itachi's room was reduced to a pile of smoldering debris, but the kid wasn't feeling any remorse after what he did. Soon he could hear footsteps of the jonins coming after him as he dashed away from the compound and headed towards safety. "Naruto, you little loudmouth brat, where the hell are you? You're supposed to be preparing for the graduation exams, not causing a ruckus in the village," called Iruka as he continued the search for the kid. Elsewhere, at the Inuzuka residence, Sum was preparing her normal routine of feeding the dogs in the yard when she hears commotion on the streets and went to investigate, but as she looked above, she could hear loud banging sounds which forced the dogs to start barking. "Naruto-san, what have you gotten yourself into this time? I hope you are not planning anything dangerous," she thought to herself as she sent Kurama to bring the child over to safety. As Naruto jumped off Kiba's rooftop, he could see dogs surrounding him, including Kurama coming towards him. "Oh, hey guys, thank goodness you're here. If I had gone any further, I would be dead for sure. Please let me hide until those guys are gone," begged the child. "You don't need to beg to hide from them, kid. Come with me. My owner is waiting for you," said Kuramaru. The child was a bit reluctant about following the dog, but decided to sit on his back while keeping his head down. Once they arrived at the residence, Naruto was playing with the dogs in the yard while the two men knocks on the door. "Can I help you gentlemen with something?" asked Sum as she opened the door. "Of course, have you seen the demon child? I know he has been running around and—" Before the jonin could say anything else, he could feel the woman's hand grabbing fiercely at the guy's neck. "Try saying that again, I'll tear your flesh and bones and feed them to my dogs," boomed Sum. Elsewhere, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. I am sorry, called the Jonin despite not being able to speak. The women released her hand from the man as he continued. I was saying, have you seen Uzumaki Naruto running around here by any chance? Nope, I was just preparing to feed my pet some food, but I didn't see that kid since he finished his academy training. So he probably should be somewhere around the training field finalizing his moves or something. Why don't you guys check over there, finished Sum before sending the guards out. With that, the guards stormed off and continued their search for the child without letting them know where the kid was hidden. Sum chuckled to herself before turning to where Kuramaru was and called out, all right, kid. You can come out now, they are gone. Breathing with a sigh of relief, Naruto came out of hiding and said, thank you for keeping my cover safe, Sumoka-san. If it wasn't for you, I would be finished by now. Hey, no problem. But why were you setting off explosives in the streets? The villagers will be very upset if you continue to do this. Besides, this isn't the best way for you to seek revenge upon your true foe, you know, continued Sum with a worried look. Yes, I know that. But still, I want that serial killer to suffer the same fate like I did. And furthermore, I want people to stop disrespecting me and look up to me as a hero, not a killer. I've been down that road many times and I believe that almost everyone here has been underestimating my skills as a ninja, but I cannot let them get the best of me. Anyway, I am glad that I played a trick on those dumb shinobis. They really don't know how to find me in low places. Said Naruto. Oh, really? Did you really expect to slip past their grasp? Let me tell you something, you should not underestimate a Chunin or a Jonin because they got powerful attacks that can easily defeat any foe when detected. Unfortunately, you won't find them to be an easy prey. I want you to be careful because you may never know what will happen, kid. Anyway, I can see Iruka coming towards you now, so you better head back to the academy, replied Sum before sending Naruto to the front steps. Within a few minutes, Iruka appeared behind Naruto and said, so this is where I find you. Did you really think you would escape my grasp? I think not. Anyway, what are you doing out here, kid? You are supposed to be in class preparing for the exams, not setting off bombs to scare people. He then turned to Tsum and said, Lady Tsum, thank you for finding the kid. I better get him back to class before he throws this entire place into chaos. Of course, Iruka-san, glad I can help. After all, Naruto has the capability of becoming a strong shinobi, so don't let anyone underestimate him. I want to wish him luck on the exams. Replied Tsum. I will do my best, Oka-san. See you later, called Naruto as he leaves the residence and headed over to the classroom. Once there, Iruka then sat him down next to the front of the class and said, what were you thinking when you caused such a ruckus in Konoha? Do you really expect everyone to think you are a hero now? Don't be so naive, okay? You've already caused enough trouble for us after what Itachi did to you. Anyway, I should expect you to do well on the exams, okay? Now then, everyone step forward and review the transformation technique. One by one, the students lined up for the first part of the exam. Why is it that you always stir up trouble around here? Don't you ever give anyone a break? Grumbled Shikamaru. If my mom hadn't saved your hide, you would have been finished for sure. But I just can't believe that you would have the nerve to set off explosives. Shame on you, mumbled Kiba. Yeah, I know, but still it was a wake-up call for everyone here. I had no choice because this was my only chance to show Itachi that I am not a coward anymore. I want him to face me like a man. Finished Naruto as he stepped forward facing Iruka. He then made a perfect transformation of him without a moment's hesitation. After everyone completed the first part of the exam, it was time for everyone to make replicas of themselves for the second part of the exam. So they all assembled into another room to prepare for the exam. Almost an hour later, Mizuki arrived into the classroom and said, I am also here to evaluate on how well the students did on the replicas of themselves. Do you mind if I join in, Iruka? Of course. After all, these kids do want to graduate, don't they? Besides, you've already seen how strong they are getting up until now. I am just so proud of the hard work they've all done up until now. But there is no telling what the future will hold for them after this. Continued Iruka. Mizuki just smiled at him before facing the students. All right class, now that you passed the transformation techniques, let us see how well you have done with the replicas of yourselves. Relax, this test will be just like what you did in your first day at the academy. By creating enough replicas, you can block your opponent from escaping and you can easily finish them off without too much trouble. Okay then, Nara Shikamaru, you are up first. Called Iruka, troublesome as usual. This technique has been far too easy for me and now I am asked to do this on the day of graduation. I should have stayed in bed today. Thought Shikamaru as he faced the teachers and made a few hand signs before multiple clones of himself popped up. Very good Shikamaru. I think you should have no problem with your future after you graduate from here. Next up, Kiba Inuzuka. Once Shikamaru stepped out from the classroom, Kiba went up and performed the replica of himself perfectly without any mess-ups. After the other students finished their cloning of themselves, Naruto stepped up and tried to think of perfection as he prepared for the second part of this exam. He made a few hand signs and within minutes, he made perfect replications of himself right in front of Iruka's eyes. But Mizuki wasn't so pleased since his head was filled with anger and rage. He then stormed out of the classroom and closed the door behind him. Iruka then pondered about what Mizuki was actually planning after he stormed out of the classroom, but decided to wait until after the exams conclude. Next, it was time for the students to prepare for the infiltration portion of the exam since this will require many of them to sneak up behind their foes before attacking. The students already did a couple of practice runs during their time in the academy and it was time for them to use what they learned. During the break, Naruto went off to find Mizuki and surely enough, he found him sitting on top of a house looking upset. So, the kid decided to have a little talk with the instructor. Why are you all the way up here, Mizuki? I thought you would be evaluating us on our performances so far. You can't just leave in the middle of an exam. Said Naruto. Kid, you are proving to be even more tenacious than I thought, but I suppose that's because Iruka always thinks too much of you. He thinks you are his special student and all that. In my mind, I think he has belittled you. Continued Mizuki with a frown on his face. What are you talking about, sensei? Iruka would never doubt my abilities as a ninja nor belittle me. He knows that I can do better if I just practice more. Besides, I think these exams are pretty much a walk in the park, so what are you worried about anyway, chided Naruto. Nothing really, but I think Iruka has truly underestimated your skills and that has me concerned. Why don't you do me a little favor? I want you to infiltrate the Hokage Tower and take a scroll without being seen. Once you've done that, bring it to me in the forest and I will reward you for your efforts. This is something that you cannot refuse as a shinobi. Once the exams conclude, take the scroll. I will be waiting for you in the forest. Advised Mizuki. What could you possibly want with a scroll anyway? If the guards find out I took that scroll, I don't think Iruka would be too happy about this. Said Naruto nervously. You don't have to worry about him, Naruto-san. Just focus on getting that scroll. Finished Mizuki. With that, Naruto returns to the academy to wrap up his exams. But little does he know that Mizuki has definitely set up a trap for the child which will spell danger for him. As everyone arrives at the training field, everyone took their positions and readied their weapons before scrambling into nearby bushes waiting to attack. The blonde was up on a nearby tree while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Once Iruka gave the signal, Naruto mistakenly snuck up behind his teacher and attacked without warning. The other students looked on awkwardly at what was going on while Kiba fell to the ground laughing like crazy. Shikamaru could only groan in disappointment and decided to release Naruto's grasp. As Iruka woke up, he approached at everyone with a look of frustration. All right, which one of you snuck up on me and attacked me? Huh, you fell for it, Iruka-sensei. I had to do that in order to show how dumb you were when you stepped into trap I set for you. You were too easy to fool, sensei, laughed Naruto. Iruka was groaning in disbelief before tick marks started to appear on his head. You idiot. You were supposed to be sneaking upon your friends, not me. Are you trying to make a mockery out of this exam? I am so sorry about that, but it's just that, well, I haven't been improving on my infiltration attacks, so I mistakenly thought you were the target. Anyway, are we going to continue this or move on to the final stage of the exam? Asked Naruto. We are going to finish this exam first before I can decide on if you all are able to graduate. Now, let's put the pleasantries aside and get back into action. Alright everyone, take your positions and let's see how well you've done with your infiltration skills. Go, ordered Iruka. Once everyone returned to their positions in the trees and bushes, they armed themselves and jumped before grabbing their enemies and knocking them into the ground. The attack continues until one of them is unable to continue to battle. Finally, Iruka stopped them and said, "You've all done well so far, keep up the good work. Now it's time for the final phase of this exam. You are all confident enough to handle this one before graduation, so get moving. I want to see you all do your best out there." He then turned to Naruto and said, "As for you, well, even though you didn't pass the infiltration exam, you better not screw up this final phase of the exam or else you are not going to graduate. I want to see you do a clean fight out there, kid. Now go get them." With that, everyone lined up for the final phase of the exam and many of them took their fighting stances. Once Iruka gave the signal, they all charged towards each other and attacked. They fought with all their might and used whatever weapons they had in order to graduate because their future was now decided for each and every single one of them. The exams were to test the skills of the students in order to see if they have what it takes to face new difficult missions in other regions outside of Konoha. So by the time the exams concluded, everyone gathered back in the academy for some rest and relaxation except for Naruto, who had gone off somewhere. Iruka then paused for a moment and went outside to search for the kid, but no matter where he looked, he couldn't find Naruto anywhere. So he decided to head over to the Hokage Tower to see if he was there. Once Iruka arrives at the tower, he knocked on the door and entered. "Hokage-sama, have you seen Naruto-san anywhere? He was supposed to show up for the graduation ceremony earlier this evening, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I just hope that he isn't in any danger." "Iruka, Naruto was here just a few minutes ago and took some sort of a scroll with him to the forest. I don't know why he wanted that thing, but he did remember telling me that Mizuki wanted it for something important. At that moment, I knew something was up, so I sent some reinforcements after Naruto. He should be somewhere in the forest," said the Hokage with a look of worry on his face. "Oh God! Naruto, what have you gotten yourself into this time? You know taking the scroll is strictly forbidden. Mizuki must not find out about your secrets since they are all in there. Hang on, kid. I am coming. Mizuki, what are you really planning? Have you seriously betrayed us in order to endanger that kid's life? Well, I am coming to put an end to your plans once and for all," thought Iruka as he dashed off into the forest to find Naruto. As the kid traveled deep into the forest and into an abandoned house, he finds Mizuki waiting for him. At this point, there was no turning back now since the child wants to know what that man wants to know with the scroll. "Nice of you to show up, you little brat. And I see you've brought the scroll with you. You are proving to be even more of a threat to me since I met you back in the academy. Now be a good little boy and hand that thing over to me," said Mizuki with an evil glint on his face. "First of all, tell me why you want this scroll. Wait, don't tell me you want to find out all the secrets about my past, aren't you? Well, you can forget about it. There is no way you are revealing to everyone about my past. I had a feeling you would be playing a trick on me, and Iruka was right, I shouldn't have trusted you," replied Naruto. "Oh. You are pretty smart for an adolescent brat. But you are too late to do anything about it now. Besides, I already know about what your father did to you before he passed on. He wanted to ensure that you were the only person who could protect Konoha with your life, but it seems you failed at keeping that promise. You thought that your dad wanted you to become a hero in his place. Ha! He is even more of a fool than I thought, because for a guy like him, he only wants you to endanger other people's lives for your own benefit. Even Iruka was using you for his own benefit as well. You are the most feared out of all the people here in Konoha, and everyone despises you a lot. Now hand the scroll over to me like a good little boy," continued Mizuki. He already had that evil look on his face as he prepared to attack Naruto. "Forget it, if you want the scroll, come and get me, you senile old fool," yelled Naruto as he dashed out of the forest. "I will make you regret those words, you little demon brat," yelled Mizuki as he tossed a couple of kunai knives at the child, but Naruto used his hands and stopped them from piercing him. Mizuki then flung a couple of shurikens at the child, which injured him on his knee and his chest. As the child collapses in pain, the instructor charged towards him and landed some fatal punches and beatings on him, nearly knocking him out cold. You will not get away with this, you filthy vermin. I will never let you have the scroll no matter what it takes. Just wait, you will get the punishment you deserve for betraying this village," shouted Naruto before he loses consciousness. "Too late, Naruto. You've already fulfilled your end of the bargain. Now, prepare to die," shouted Mizuki as he prepares to end Naruto's life. Before the blade strikes, Iruka suddenly jumped in and knocked his old friend away from the kid. "What? Iruka, how did you get here? What exactly are you planning?" called Mizuki while he prepares his lethal weapon. "I had a feeling you would betray us, Mizuki. The Hokage told me everything that has happened thus far. I don't know what kind of a sick game you are planning, but you will never get the scroll away from here, not in a million years," said Iruka before taking his fighting stance. "This doesn't concern you, Iruka. That child is the demon and you are defending him. You must be out of your mind protecting that brat. I think I should end your life right here and now," continued Mizuki as his evil smile continued to grow. "Get away from here, Naruto. Run as far as you can, and no matter what happens, don't give the scroll to him. I know that deep down you are not evil, okay? You are just an innocent bystander who has suffered too much here already," yelled Iruka. "Shut up, you pathetic loser," shouted Mizuki as he tossed his weapons at his old friend, causing many of them to injure him. With Iruka pinned down, Mizuki gave chase after the child while disguising himself as the old friend he knew for such a long time. This time, Naruto knew exactly what Mizuki told him but didn't want to believe it. Once he was out of the abandoned area, he could see the white-haired Chunin following him. "Naruto, Mizuki is playing a trick on you since he only cares about himself and no one else. He already has figured out about your past. Now if you want to avoid further embarrassment, hand the scroll over to me and we can forget about this whole thing that has happened. I care about you a lot and I don't want you to take the fall for what that traitor is doing. Just give me the scroll and I promise that nothing will happen to you," said Iruka. "Nice try, faker. But I am not falling for your little tricks. You can fool me all you want, but I can see right through your little lies," shouted Naruto as he charged towards the teacher and attacked with brute force before he hits the trees. "What? How? How did you figure out I am not Iruka? How were you able to escape my trap?" said a weakened Mizuki after disabling his disguise. "You thought you could try to stop me with that puny little trick? I always knew that you lie through your teeth, and now I know better than to trust a sewer scum like you. This scroll stays with me and you are not getting your hands on it," continued Naruto while he activates his Sharingan eye. "He's right, Naruto knows all your moves before you even make them. I doubt that you have the power to stop him this time, since I know the kid when he first arrived at the academy. He is destined to be a hero and nothing will change his mind about his true goal. You can try and destroy his dreams of becoming Hokage, Mizuki, but you will never ruin his reputation as a ninja. You've underestimated his skills already and there is no escape for you," finished Iruka before he continues to fight his friend. "How dare you? You still think your bond with him is strong? You think your friendship and courage will save him? You are even more naive than I first thought, Iruka," yelled Mizuki as he continued attacking and dealing blows to his friend. Naruto watched with frustration as he watches his teacher being pummeled to the ground. He then sat down behind a tree bark and thought to himself. Maybe Mizuki was right. Iruka has underestimated my skills and belittled me. Maybe I am just not cut out to be a shinobi right now. After everything that has happened to me, I am better off dead than alive. Mizuki then charged towards Naruto face to face and prepared to take the scroll, but Iruka suddenly said, "Naruto, you have what it takes to be a ninja and I would never underestimate you. You are truly something else altogether since the first day I met you in the academy, but I don't think everyone hates you and your skills will lead you to a brighter future. I've seen how well you did at the academy because you've proven yourself to be an excellent shinobi. Furthermore, that child isn't the demon, he is Uzumaki Naruto, the hero of Konoha. Tears started to drop from Naruto's face as he heard those words from his teacher. But Mizuki was disgusted at what his old childhood friend was saying and so he pulled out a giant shuriken. I've had enough of your nonsense, Iruka. You may think that child is special, but he won't be after I end his life. Say goodbye, Naruto. You are going to die anyway, what's the point of letting you live? Run, Naruto. Take cover immediately, yelled Iruka. Naruto darted towards safety before the spinning blade could hit him. As Naruto covered his eyes, he could see his teacher shielding him from the attack while he took the hit. Iruka, why did you protect me? Asked Naruto. As Iruka was gravely injured, he then looked at the child and said, Naruto, I am so sorry for not taking good care of you. I was too careless. I had been thinking about myself and not you. When I was younger, I also had been stubborn as well and didn't care about schoolwork, but now I know better. It must be hurting for you not to have a family, right? I can understand that. But you should not take the burden for everything that has happened to you. He then carefully removed the giant shuriken off his back and tossed it aside before facing Mizuki. You think you can save him? What a load of bull. This has become quite an amusement, but now it's time to end this. Take this, you demon brat, yelled Mizuki as he tossed another one of the giant shurikens towards him, but Naruto activates his Sharingan eye and used his hand to redirect the blade deep into the woods while shearing off a tree branch. If you dare lay a hand on my sensei and my father figure, I will personally end your life right here and now, yelled Naruto in a fit of rage. Let's see you try, you little brat. Show me what you got, boomed Mizuki while taking his fighting stance. Naruto then snuck behind Mizuki and then knocked him off the trees and onto the ground, hard. Iruka watched with amazement and thought, this child truly is something else altogether, mastering the infiltration technique this quickly. I just never knew he had it in him. Soon, Shikaku, Tsum, and her dogs arrived on the scene and sees Iruka sitting down while injured. They then tend to his injuries while watching Naruto battling Mizuki. Iruka-san, we heard about what happened and came as quickly as we could. So Mizuki really wants that scroll, eh? I had a feeling that this would happen sooner or later. Said Tsum. Thank goodness you guys showed up, if you didn't I would have been finished for sure. Said Iruka weakly. It's troublesome, but the Hokage sent us out here to bring Naruto back to the village in one piece. As for Mizuki, I think that guy deserves a good beating after what he did to you, put in Shikaku. Naruto then activates his most powerful attack which sends Mizuki into another realm bounded and tied up. He then unleashes his clones and prepared to end Mizuki's life. No, don't do this to me. What is this? Let me out of this nightmare, he pleaded. But there was no way for him to escape from this world as the clones charged towards Mizuki. He could only let out a loud scream as he took the beatings and fatal blows. Afterwards, Naruto then carried the battered Mizuki towards Shikaku and Tsum before tending to his teacher and asked, Are you okay, Iruka? I hope your injuries are not too serious. Naruto, I am fine, thank you for saving my life. I saw what you did out there and I think it's time I give you something that you deserved for a long time. Said Iruka. Back in the village, all the other shinobi were getting worried about Naruto and Iruka. So they wanted a search party to find him, but the Hokage approached them and said, There is no need for worry, my friends. Naruto will be back for sure, I promise. Sensei, can I open my eyes now? Asked Naruto. Okay, now you can open them. Congratulations kid, you have officially graduated from the academy. Now to celebrate, I think we should all go out to eat tonight, my treat, said Iruka. Naruto was surprised after seeing the leaf headband on his forehead. But moreover, he was finally happy to be graduating from the academy and embraced his teacher in a hug. Iruka winced in pain after the kid jumped onto him but decided to hug him back in the same manner. Tsum and Shikaku watched with smiles on their faces and embraced Naruto in a hug as well. The Hokage watched with a smile on his face after seeing the kid graduate. With the leaf headband, the kid was officially ready to prepare himself for some dangerous missions, new tasks and of course, new foes to deal with. This is just the beginning of a new life for the child after his long-term training, so the roads are going to be tough for him. His true test officially begins now. Chapter 15, Interrogation Time. A few weeks have passed after Mizuki nearly stole the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto used his time to go through the Konoha village library to see what he could find on genjutsu and torture now that he is a shinobi. Furthermore, Iruka had to go to the hospital to get his injuries checked out, so he couldn't teach at the academy. Therefore, Genma Shiranui would act as the instructor until Iruka is fully healed. Furthermore, with the villagers going about their business, the ANBU keeping guard, and the students taking a break before checking to see what teams they are on, Naruto feels that this is going to be a good time to look at meditation, your inner self, breaking the mind, and torture, physical and mental, since this could be his chance to give Mizuki a taste of his own medicine. I am going to try and show Mizuki team a thing or two so that he doesn't mess with my loved ones or my family ever again before I take on Itachi. He thought to himself as he studied upon how to shatter a person's mental state while talking with the Kyuubi inside his mind. After an hour and a half passed, Naruto took his lunch before starting his mediation session so that he can clear his head of the unpleasant images from his head. Soon, he could hear a reply from his mindscape. So, you're studying on how to make people suffer, right? Naruto immediately looked around to see where the voices came from. Who said that? Show yourself, shouted Naruto before unsheathing his kunai. It's me. Now come closer, said the voice. Naruto carefully moved forward when he spotted something huge coming at him with razor-sharp claws aiming at him. Naruto immediately jumped to avoid taking hits before hearing the voice laughing. What the hell is funny? Yelled Naruto. You should have seen your face, you idiot, came the reply. The Kyuubi, said Naruto in his quiet voice. Yes, of course it is me. Now what do you want, jailer? I know you are not here to give me flowers, so talk. Continued the voice. I need your chakra, so it is time to start paying your dues. Said Naruto. In your fucking dreams, was the response he got from the demon. Hey, we had a deal, if I am gone, you are coming with me. Cried Naruto. So, what's it to you? I am already in hell, so there is no way for me to just die here since I can always come back via a portal. Besides, you know that death doesn't concern me one bit. But I heard that Itachi gave you some of his power before defecting from Konoha, am I right? Naruto nodded at that question as the Kyuubi continued talking. You are not even that strong to use my power, but I can figure out a way to get you there. There is a price to pay for that. Naruto looked at him questioningly before talking. What's the price? He asked. Since you now represent me, we are still weak thanks to your stubbornness. However, as long as you stop acting like an idiot, then I can help you. Said the Kyuubi. Okay, but how do I know that I can trust you? Asked Naruto. It's simple, you need to stop going after that pink-haired menace since she hasn't treated you fairly at all. Come on now. What is wrong with Sakura-chan? Sure, she might not have been nice to me, but she is sweet on the outside and is a very capable kunoichi, protested Naruto. You think so, do you? Well then, these images will make you think otherwise. On the side of the room, the Kyuubi showed Naruto the unpleasant images of how poorly Sakura treated Naruto since she wasn't the kind girl that everyone thought her to be. Furthermore, Naruto's chances of winning Sakura's heart were faltering and his fascination for her started to crumble to the ground with each passing image. At that point, he immediately asked, what are the other reasons of you hating Sakura? You're getting too much attention and it is not what you want. In order for you to gain the attention of the villagers, you need to be strong and so you need to cut the pranks. Furthermore, you don't tell the enemies to kill you directly because they are not supposed to be seen. Finally, don't waste money on things you don't need. Also, your shadow clones tend to expire after what you taught them. So it is best to read something else, just like with punches and whatnot. So, do you understand what I have told you so far? Good. Now, you must do something for me. What do you want me to do for you? Continued Naruto. The attack on your village was an accident because someone else is behind this. I want you to find whoever is responsible and kill them because it does involve a man with some sort of a mask and the other with a nasty snake smell. Said the Kyubi. How will I find them? They are going to find you because they have some bigger surprises in store for the village itself. Until then, you need to get yourself stronger. Therefore I recommend teaching you the Kage Buttai since this will make a perfect copy of any object until you dismiss it. Use it until you become stronger. Finished the Kyubi. Before Naruto leaves his mindscape, he turned to the demon and asked, "Why are you doing this?" "I don't want to be weak and I want to make them pay for using me," replied the fox. "You will get your wish soon, fox. Now then, I will do what is asked of you," said Naruto. Once Naruto regained consciousness, he could see that time has passed very quickly and realized that it was just after 2 p.m. Looks like I got some work ahead of me, he thought to himself as he mastered the clone technique before moving on to the books he was reading. However, the books might not be enough for him to master the interrogation, so he decided to try other methods before dinner. The next day, Naruto grabbed a dictionary from his house before going towards the library again to find books on low-level techniques, manners, and how to do-it-yourself techniques on interrogation, torture, and chakra usage before heading over to the field. With a lot of practice, he called up several hundred clones and made several copies of the books he borrowed so far before training began. He also assigned each of the clones their tasks on interrogation, torture, and other dangerous attacks for the traitor Mizuki since he is being held inside the Konoha prison guarded by the Umbu. Furthermore, Ibiki and Enko are doing their best to try and make him talk, but he was not saying a word to them until someone can make him crack. Furthermore, not even Inoichi's mind technique could stop Mizuki from going on a rampage. As Naruto walks down the street towards the Hokage's office, he could see the villagers giving him more death glares and evil looks, but decided not to pay attention to them. Just then, he could see a couple of Umbu guards heading towards him. "Naruto-sama, the Hokage would like to see you," said the cat guard. "Let me guess, he probably has a new assignment for me, right?" "Well then, lead the way, Umbu-san," grinned Naruto. As he followed the guards toward the Hokage tower, the Sandaime Hokage was sitting at his desk rummaging through piles of paperwork and wished that he could take a break from all of this because his head was already getting tired. Soon, he could hear a knock at the door and said, "Come in." Once Naruto entered the room, the Hokage told the guards to return to their posts before turning his attention towards the blonde shinobi. "You know why I called you here, right?" asked Hiruzen. "You wanted to talk to me about something, right, Gigi?" "Well, I am armed and ready for anything. Just let me know what you need done," said Naruto. Furthermore, the blonde's new look had surprised the Hokage and two other people hiding near the walls because the combat boots, blue pants, yellow belt with the letter N buckle, and a blue shirt tells them that he is prepared for his training. He then turned towards the wall and said, "No use in hiding by the wall, Shikaku-san, Inoichi-san. I know you're there, so come on out." Sarutobi could only let out a chuckle as the two jonins shined over towards the blonde before inspecting his new gear. "Okay, I don't want to keep you waiting. Today I want you to do something about that traitor Mizuki since he lured you into the forest with the forbidden scroll because we cannot let that guy endanger our village any further. I've seen what you have done to him previously after he injured Iruka, so it is up to you to figure out what to do with that guy." Before he could finish the sentence, Naruto lifted his hand up and took a seat next to the Hokage. "You want me to torture and interrogate him to see what shakes out of that team, right? Well, if I am to be Hokage one day, I need to find the means to get stronger, and not just physically or mentally, because I want to try my hand at being a torture specialist of Konoha." Both jonins were shocked at what the blonde said, including the Hokage as he leaned forward to pick up his pipe. Naruto-san, I don't think," began Inoichi. "I understand that the job is tough, but I had done some studying and practicing. I am not asking you, but I wanted to see if I have what it takes to do the job, Inoichi-san. Besides, I have also read upon the mind since you have that technique where you can see the insides of people's heads and wonder what they are really thinking or so." "Yes, I know that, Naruto-san. The Yamanaka clan had this technique used for many years now, and if you were to take this from us, I am not sure what sort of life you will go through after this." I have to agree with Inoichi. It would be troublesome to make you an interrogator when you are asking for it. You have to be able to understand that this will involve a lot of critical thinking and strategizing. Added Shikaku. Well, let me try it. I can prove to you that I can interrogate someone, and if I do well, you could let me join. After all, with Mizuki in your hands, I want to take a shot at him, said Naruto. Sarutobi looked at the boy and said, you know your life could be difficult if you choose this. Thanks to this new Sharingan power, I will be stronger and not a weakling anymore. After all the abuse from the villagers, I could plan on making them feel the same fate that I had gone through when I was younger. Besides, I can't just keep using the most basic techniques every time, right? Sarutobi paused for a minute before motioning to the Umbu next to him to get the head interrogator from the ANBU headquarters. A few minutes later, the ANBU returned with a man in tow. Naruto immediately placed the book down and widened his eyes slightly as he could see the same mysterious person that watched him at the library earlier. Naruto, this is Ibiki Marino, the head of ANBU interrogations, said Sarutobi. Naruto immediately got up and shook Ibiki's hand. You must be that guy from the library, right? It's an honor to finally meet you, Scarface. Everyone's sweat dropped while trying to stifle in their laughter, including Shikaku, who could only grumble in despair. Troublesome brat. Naruto has a penchant to disrespect authority, but Ibiki wasn't too worried. Hiruzen immediately took Ibiki towards his desk and explained what was happening with the kid so far, and once the scar-faced Jonin heard everything, he was shocked before looking at the kid and the Hokage. A few minutes later, Ibiki returned to the room and looked at the brat before speaking. Are you sure about this? I don't know what gave you the idea of doing this, but since the Hokage was nice enough to let me go along with this, I will give you a chance to get that piece of shit you call a Chunin to crack. But you better be putting on a good show so that I can let you be my apprentice. However, if this doesn't work, then your chances of joining the ANBU will be slim. Furthermore, we will be watching this on closed circuit, am I clear? Naruto nodded his head. All right, you may conduct the interrogation any way you like alone while we are watching. Do whatever it takes to make him talk, but don't kill him. Continued Ibiki. Naruto immediately grabbed a stack of papers from his coat pocket and handed them to the interrogator and said, please bring in the list of items I have requested. Also, I need an hour to go over the case files. Ibiki was surprised at the kid's request as he looked through the papers and was impressed with what he had seen before looking back at the kid and nodded. Furthermore, he was prepared to see what this genin is really planning. Meanwhile, Anko, the snake mistress, was enjoying her cup of coffee with the genjutsu mistress when she heard the loudspeaker telling them that a genin was going to be evaluated by Ibiki to see if he has what it takes to be an interrogation specialist. Soon, there were bets flying back and forth to see if he could actually pull this off. Afterwards, Anko immediately shined towards the headquarters with Kurenai following close behind her. What is that kid up to? I hope the Hokage didn't put him up to this, grumbled Anko. Well, we shall see if he has what it takes, because I have a feeling that he could make that ex-Chunin talk, smiled Kurenai. Back at headquarters, Naruto spent 15 minutes looking over the case files before hearing Ibiki speak again. We got the room ready as you requested, so you better put on one hell of a show there. I know this is a lot of manpower wasted, but make sure to have him answer the questions inside the folder plus the 4 questions on the paper. Oh, don't worry Bandana-san, you will get a great show. While you are waiting, you should get some food and soda for this. Now then, I will need time to get well versed with the details of the case, said Naruto confidently. A few minutes later, Anko and Kurenai arrived in the headquarters and entered the closed circuit room before seeing the brat down below. Brat, what are you doing? Are you sure you can get that guy to talk? Because I have spent over 2.5 hours with that traitorous Chunin and he refused to answer any of my questions. Naruto continued reading the case before turning his attention towards the snake mistress. I will do my best to make him crack since he is one stubborn, uncooperative shinobi. Once this is over, I think you and I should spend some quality time together. That response made Anko blush and squeal in excitement while Ibiki groaned. The ANBU guards that are nearby stared at each other. You really think he can pull this off? Asked the one with the bear mask. No way. In that kid's dreams, said the tiger-masked partner. You want to bet on it? Replied the cat ANBU. Okay then, 15,000 Rio says he will fail, added the hawk ANBU. As the bets went on, Anko decided that she should join in as the money piled onto the table like crazy. Even Sarutobi frowned at the bet and decided to join as well. About an hour and 20 minutes later, the first 50 minutes were used with 12 clones and the rest of the 15 were spent on sorting and reading. Naruto turned his attention towards Ibiki and said, "I am ready. Have the trader brought in after I set the room up." Naruto immediately dispatched his clones to fix the room up after he was buzzed in. "You wanted a show? Well, allow me to entertain you. You can bring that guy in now, and I would like to have an ANBU and Kurinai-sensei to join me in setting up a genjutsu in case he tries anything funny." Ibiki immediately signaled for the ANBU guards to get Mizuki from his holding cell while a purple-haired female masked ANBU entered the room along with Kurinai. Once there, they could see that the room had undergone a few changes since the chains that used to be on the ceiling were moved onto a folding metal table while the surgery room and the torture room were adjacent to one another. Furthermore, there were various body parts neatly organized and placed onto tables for later use. Also, there was a burning furnace and a hot metal rod sitting nearby. With the smell of death and decay in the room, Naruto took off his jacket and placed his lab coat on with gloves before facing Nico. "What do you think?" Nico could only nod at him while other people watched this on closed-circuit television and the room with shock and awe. "Kami, help us." "What is that kid planning?" asked the guard. "I don't really know, but I like the style that he is using. Maybe I should get some dango from the fridge," said Anko as she got up from her chair and headed over to the break room. A few minutes later, Naruto made a quick clone to have six-pack muscles holding onto the hot metal rod before tying him onto the shackles. Naruto immediately practiced cutting the chest open from the clone and placed the hot metal rod inside the liver and heart, melting them almost instantly since this is what the kid plans to do with the traitor. Once Mizuki arrived, he was shocked at the sight of the brat and his horrid experiments as he saw the ribs spread open and the body parts taken out. "Damn, this is scary to see," said the Umbu. Once Naruto had preserved the heart inside the medical cooler to make sure no one vomited after seeing that, he carried the body into the fireplace and closed the door to make sure no one would see the clone disappear. Soon, he took off the mask and the gloves before writing urgent on the outside of the wall before turning his attention towards Mizuki and the guards. All of them had shivers and chills down their spines while Mizuki held onto his pants as he attempted to keep his bladder under control to avoid pissing himself. Naruto turned to Nico and said, "See that Mizuki experiences this for himself so that he can have nightmares during his evening snooze," said Naruto in his usual cold voice before heading over to the prisoner. "Looks like my 10:30 client is here. Gentlemen, set him down on the chair." The Umbu immediately grabbed a chair and settled the battered Chunin down with shackles all around him before leaving the room. Mizuki stared at the figure in front of him and shouted, "What the fuck are you doing here, demon brat?" Naruto ignored him while picking up the clipboard and added the papers on there. "Answer my question, you sick fuck. Why are you here in the interrogation department?" yelled Mizuki. "You know damn well why I am here, Mizuki, team. You will be my torture device for a while," replied Naruto with an evil glint on his face. "What the hell are you talking about?" said Mizuki. "I don't want to burden you with the details because I am going to be the first genin to try my hand at becoming an interrogation specialist of Konoha and you are my first victim. The adults would probably call this, throw them to the wolves. I overheard some girls talking about this inside a house once since it is used to send the illegal shinobi packing. Looks like I will have to practice if this doesn't work the first time." Back in the circuit room, everyone watched in stunned silence while the ANBU guard started laughing like crazy. "Holy shit. That kid sure has guts cooking shit up like this." One of them cried out. "It sure is funny," said another one. "Looks like that brat knows what he is doing," added Anko. "He never ceases to amaze me," stated Kurinai. Even Sarutobi and Ibiki had to admit that the kid's torture methods were highly effective. As Mizuki looked at Naruto wide-eyed and took what the brat had to say to him, he scoffed at the kid. "So, what's a failure like you doing here? You can't possibly get anything out of me. And what's with your goofy outfit? Oh, this? Well, before being Hokage, I always wanted to be a doctor because I found the human body fascinating. It's too bad that your body will start to crumble once I use the rod on your skin." It's perfect for me to do a job like this since you always look down on me, just like the villagers. He then picked up a severed hand inside a jar and inspected it carefully. I am not here for your games, brat. Just let me the fuck out of here so that I can kill you, screamed Mizuki. Just go ahead and try, you piece of shit. Anyway, you taught at the academy for 7 years and you already know that I will always be a failure, right? But I don't let that get to me because I will keep trying until I get it right. Furthermore, I don't expect you to understand this, but I was ordered not to kill you. I will enjoy watching you suffer a slow and painful torture until you beg for mercy. There are a lot of ways for me to abuse your body while you are here. Naruto immediately took out one of the books before starting his first question. Who are you trying to give the forbidden scroll to? I am not telling you shit. Fuck off, screamed the Chunin as he tried to struggle to get himself free, but it was no use. Soon, Nico grabbed a whip and slashed his backside repeatedly as he let out a terrible scream that shook the entire room. Naruto immediately laughed at what he just saw and said, "That's just the beginning of the pain you will be experiencing when you're tortured. I am going to get some dango while I leave Nico here to rip your clothes off. Also, I will send in the leader of the Inuzuka clan to molest you until you start talking." He then undid the man's shackles before leaving the room. You wouldn't dare. Get your ass back in here, brat. I swear when I get out of this, I will rip your fucking throat out, shouted Mizuki. But the brat didn't hear him. How did he get that key for the shackles? Asked the ANBU guard. Well, Ibiki, like I said, you wanted a show and I think we got it, remarked Hiruzen as they watched the kid walk out the door. Are you leaving me here all alone? Asked Mizuki. Oh, I would never do that. I am leaving you in the hands of Tsunade and Inoichi, said Naruto as he stepped out while motioning toward the guards to head over to the Inuzuka and the Yamanaka compounds and grab the leader for a torture demonstration. Tsunade and Inoichi? Asked everyone. This is definitely going to be live television, said Ibiki. Looks like that door can only be opened from the outside and no one touched it. He pointed at the door and everyone wondered what was going to happen next. As Mizuki looked around for a way out, he wondered what that brat meant when he said those clan heads. Just then, the lights went out and a blonde ponytailed jonin suddenly appeared and punched Mizuki before Kuramaru and the dog packs held him down tightly on the floor. What the hell is happening in there? Yelled Anko. No one could see anything on the monitors and the window. Just then everyone was shocked to see blood spatters and Mizuki tossed around like a ragdoll. Luckily the window was reinforced with steel with a one-way mirror window. Soon, the guards stared at the sight of Mizuki being slammed repeatedly at the window and the walls as the lights went back on again. His face had bruises, nose was broken in 2 places, and his entire body had cuts all over, including burn marks on his chest and back. Soon, he could see Tsum grabbing a hold of Mizuki and rested him back on the chair as she took her clothes off and proceeded to rape the traitor while slowly clawing his body, leaving blood seeping on the floor. Everyone could see that Naruto wasn't in the room, but a woman with marks on her face and sharp canine teeth along with a jonin uniform, along with heavy combat pants and a giant wolf dog with an eye patch on his left eye. The most noticeable feature was the headband and dangerous claws on her hands. Who the fuck are you? Asked Mizuki. I am the leader of the Inuzuka clan and the mother of Kiba and Hana. It will be my pleasure to strip you naked and molest you until you feel pain and agony on your body. Oh, and don't worry, your screams alone will not save you from your impending doom. She smiled evilly as she undid the man's clothes, leaving his pants on. She could see the wet spot growing from the Chunin's underwear and didn't take much notice as she watched him scream and shudder in pain. Elsewhere in Konoha, Guy and Lee could hear some noise from the prison yard. What is that noise? I am not sure, but we should really avoid it if we want to keep our youth intact, said Guy. Back in the room, people were freaking out at what the woman was doing. Even the ANBU guards fainted while Anko was laughing like something had possessed her. Furthermore, Sarutobi cackled while trying to stop the tears from coming out of his eyes since Naruto wanted to give them a performance of a lifetime. Holy crap. Mizuki just pissed himself. This is pure gold, said the Umbu guard. As Mizuki stared at the feral-faced woman in front of him, he was terrified of her and he couldn't help but watch as she grabbed the man by his throat and tossed him onto the wall before stripping him naked. Once that was done, she immediately stuck out her tongue and proceeded to lick the man's chests, boobs, nipples, and his belly button. Second, as she read the book How to Torture a Guy in 100 Ways, she took the hot metal rod from the fireplace and started gently rubbing it on the Chunin's body, leaving him to scream like a child. "What the fuck are you doing to me, Uchiha demon? Have you gone mad?" roared Mizuki. But Tsum didn't hear him as she cackled at the man and said, "Sorry, Han. But Naruto has asked me to play the nurse and give you something to scream about. And don't worry, I will definitely cut your balls open and feed them to my dogs later on if you don't answer that pup's question." The dog woman is right. Unless you want me to mentally torture you with the mind paralysis jutsu. Now start talking, added Inoichi. Just then, Naruto returned with his coffee and saw the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clan heirs inside the torture room before giggling like crazy. "Looks like you really made him crack. I like it. Now then, how shall we deal with your body?" "Ah yes, I suggest we should cut his stomach open and carefully take the heart out and tenderize it. Then we shall take out his spleen and roast it in the furnace for about half an hour," said Tsum evilly. "I like the way you think, Tsum-chan. You sure know how to torture people. I am guessing Anko is probably planning to let her snakes wrap their bodies around Mizuki so that the bones will be snapped in several places if he doesn't answer my question." Anko nodded at that response while Mizuki felt his blood running cold. "Looks like this guy isn't that strong. His body is as light as a feather, so there is not much tenderizing to do on him." But then again, anyone who had seen the snake woman's ass should be able to understand how to have fun with this traitor. Anko immediately giggled and stated that she will have some fun time with the silver-haired Chunin after the interrogation is over. Soon, Naruto picked up an orange and stuffed it into Mizuki's mouth to prevent him from screaming any further. "With the heart out of Mizuki's body, you can cook it to well done since we don't want it to rot afterwards," continued Nico. "Agreed," said Naruto as he took out a match from Inoichi's pants pocket and lit it up before setting it on the hot metal rod. As Mizuki coldly watched it burn, he immediately grabbed his crotch and tried to find means of letting loose. Unfortunately, a puddle was forming on the chair he was sitting in since he lost control of his bladder. At that moment, he continued moaning like crazy as the rod touched Mizuki's chest and stomach area while Ibiki laughed like crazy watching Naruto's style of torture rising to a whole new level. However, if only he could get that piece of crap Chunin to confess, the boy would be working for him. As Naruto continued watching Mizuki scream again and again, he immediately took the man's pants off after it was soaked completely with urine before tossing it aside. He then lifted a bucket of water and poured it over the man's body to soothe the burning before yanking the orange out of the man's mouth. "Please. I will do anything. Just don't make them molest me anymore," cried Mizuki. "I am listening," said Naruto. "I was stealing the scroll from my master, Orochimaru-sama," sobbed Mizuki. "See? Was that really a hard question to answer?" smiled Naruto at the badly burnt man before grabbing his hair. "If I find out that you are lying to me, I will personally send you to meet Haiden, and trust me, you do not want to cross that foul-mouthed lunatic," he said in a cold voice. He then turned towards the clan heirs and said, "Good enough torture for Mizuki, thank you guys for the demonstration. I will take it over from here." "No problem, brat. Just stop by at the Inuzuka compound for dinner later," smiled Tsum. "Make sure you also get some flowers for your apartment at my shop later as a reward for your first successful interrogation," replied Inoichi as they walked off. As the Umbu in the room watched, they were surprised at how that turned out. "He really did it," one of them said, since they were planning to lose the money after tomorrow's patrol duties. Soon, Sarutobi looked at Naruto with pride in his eyes and thought to himself, he really pulled a fast one on that traitor. But this will not be an easy path for him. Soon, Mizuki confessed to everything about killing a former teammate and gaining access to Orochimaru's village among other things. Afterwards, Naruto nodded for the Umbu to take the man back to his cell and get some new clothes for him since he was a bit shaken at the sight of the puddle and blood in the room. Afterwards, Naruto could hear loud cheering from the audience above before he puked into the garbage can in the hallway. Soon, Ibiki arrived and placed his hand on the kid's shoulder as they watched the unconscious Mizuki being taken away before saying, "Not bad, brat. You actually passed. Now then, we should be able to train you as promised while you are not doing missions, training, and eating. You will become my first ANBU apprentice out of the academy thanks to that headband Irika gave you. Welcome to the world of ANBU, kid," grinned the scar-faced man. "Thank you," smiled Naruto. Sarutobi walked forward and said, "Where did you learn how to do something like this?" "Well, I watched Ibiki-san at the library and thought that he was strong, so I wanted to become like him and read the books he finished not too long ago. Afterwards, I went towards a field and started training my mind to conquer my fears and learn how to fight like a ninja. Soon, I met the Kyuubi inside of me since she also promised to teach me a new power that I could use, including letting my clones transfer their knowledge onto me." Both of the guys were surprised at that as Ibiki continued asking the kid, "What did you mean when you said you wanted to send Mizuki to that foul-mouthed Jashinist Haiden?" "Well, Haiden is a missing nin from Yugikure and I wanted to see if I can actually use my Sharingan to lure him into a genjutsu and have the madman extract the soul out of him so that he can use it to get himself stronger. Furthermore, I would be gaining life force with that soul as long as the Kyuubi can get it as well." "You really threatened to send him to the Akatsuki? That's dangerous." "What else did he say?" asked Sarutobi. "He wants me to find the people responsible and kill them for sealing him forcefully since one of those guys smelled like snakes," finished Naruto. "Boy, do I feel sick after seeing this. Get some rest, kid. Tomorrow you got some work ahead of you since we need to get your ANBU tattoo ready so that we will signify you as our apprentice," said Ibiki as he left the room. Once Naruto left, Sarutobi turned to the head interrogator and said, "What is your opinion of him? He has great potential and maybe one day, he could be Hokage. But we must not let the council know or else he could end up taking their souls away too," replied Ibiki. "Don't worry, the council won't even know a thing about what happened here. Do your best to take care of him. After all, he is like a grandson to me," said Sarutobi. By the next morning, Naruto entered the headquarters and was surprised by the amount of greetings he got from the crew since many of them had their masks off smiling at him. Just then, a sleepy Enko woke up and saw her new apprentice arriving. "What on earth happened to you?" "Oh, shut it. I had a long night. Now then, you are going to spend a year training and doing ANBU work before you are nominated as a Chunin while trying to be on the same level as a Tokubetsu Jonin. After that, you will join as the main interrogator because we don't want your identity exposed as of yet. For now, just wear a mask for that left eye of yours while you have a room here at HQ whenever it's ready. After about 6 or 7 months you will be able to use the ANBU library and the training grounds, do you understand?" said Enko. "I do, but why is everyone staring at me?" asked Naruto. "As a young student of Ibiki, you are known as the most feared interrogator in the 5 great nations," said Enko as they headed towards the records room where they took a picture of the kid and created his records before giving him a standard weapons kit, the key and access codes. Next, he was given a tattoo on his forearm from the artist. He then followed Ibiki into his office. "Now then, we cannot have you start off too strong since you will be watching me to see how real interrogation work. You will also learn about basic human anatomy, psychology, medicine, and poison since those are the most important subjects that are covered while as an apprentice. Furthermore, I will be refining your techniques as long as you don't slack off in your training. Also, we will help you level off with the other genins and give you some pointers. Once your training is done, I will let you try some interrogation work on your own just like you did with Mizuki earlier through failure," said Ibiki. "Now for your identity, we came up with a featureless black mask since the only mark here is an orange-colored rip on the top right of the mask between the eyes and ending at the left cheek. You have to wear this when you are here because we shall refer you as Dr. Hyde and not Naruto Uzumaki," said Ibiki as he tossed the mask towards the kid. Naruto liked the mask and placed it onto his face and wondered how it looked on him. "Don't let this get to you because you are going to be training with Enko for the morning. Now get going," barked Ibiki. "My god, I look like a monster," groaned Naruto as he fainted to the ground. Naruto, the Sharingan wielder. By Narutone Bleach. With the villagers hating Naruto and wanting to execute him, Naruto now decided to train under Uchiha Itachi so that he can master the Sharingan and reanimation techniques and becoming Itachi's successor. But things are not what they seem. Chapter 16, Meet the Team. 4 weeks later, Naruto has improved in leaps and bounds thanks to the training he had done so far in the 4 weeks from Ibiki, Inoichi, and other ANBU members. Furthermore, he has gotten an understanding of what he missed during the academy days, but he was still struggling with history though. Overall, he has made good progress and was prepared to head into the academy to find out what team he will be on. Here goes nothing, I just hope everyone can treat me fairly, thought Naruto to himself as he stepped out of his apartment and headed towards the academy. It was pretty noisy inside the academy as Naruto walked in. For him, attending 2 years of classes in the same room hasn't changed much since it was still the same story with the paint on the wall. Even worse, girls were still swooning over Sasuke since he doesn't give a shit about any of them. At this point, Naruto does not want to draw attention to himself, but when Sasuke made a quick shunshin behind his rival, the blonde turned and said, "Why are you sneaking up on me like that?" "Team, because you stole my brother's power away from me and I want it back." "I will fight you for it," bellowed Sasuke. "Go get that dead last," shouted a pink-haired girl. "You show that loser who is boss," added another blonde-haired girl. Naruto could see both Sakura and Ino entering the classroom watching the sparring match between both rivals since this could be Sasuke's chance to take the special powers away from him. As for Shikamaru, he ignored everything that was going on around him and decided not to interfere. "So, I take it you are here for team placements, Naruto?" "You know this is for the people that have passed, right?" asked the Cloud Watcher. "I am disappointed in you, dear boy. You failed to realize that I have a forehead protector on, right? And you call yourself a genius?" replied Naruto gleefully. "Shut up. Anyway, I am glad to see you passed, but what's with the new look anyway?" asked Shikamaru as he started making a mental note about Naruto not wearing his usual trademarked orange jumpsuit. Instead, he wears an orange hoodie jacket with black strips and his casual turquoise cargo pants with leaf symbols going down each side and a white shirt with Pakken faces all over on his sleeves. Many of the classmates wondered in amazement while Ino and Sakura ignored their friend's new style. "I decided to wear something to impress the ladies with since I am still a genin. Besides, a kid like me should stay as an adult and not a kid. Still, I like the orange because it brings out the manhood in me," said Naruto with a devilish smile. Kiba soon howled in laughter at that remark while Chuji giggled in between eating his chips. As for Sasuke, he wasn't impressed and felt that joke was boring as hell. "What's your problem, Dobe? You think this sort of look will impress the ladies? Give me a break. No wonder Sakura and Ino don't see eye to eye with you since they care about me. Now on your feet and fight me," continued Sasuke. But just as the match was about to begin, Iruka walked into the classroom and immediately broke up the fight between the rivals before getting his students to calm themselves down. However, none of them are paying attention. At that moment, Iruka had a few tick marks above his forehead and decided to use the big head no jutsu Ikari to yell, "Shut up and sit your stinking asses down." Soon, everyone immediately took their seats except for Naruto and Sasuke. Soon, Iruka walked over to them and used a deadpan glare at them. "What part of 'sit your asses down' did you not understand?" "Sorry about that, Iruka-sensei, but Sasuke team tried to pick a fight with me and I had no choice but to use my Sharingan on him," said Naruto. "Yeah. You started it first," shouted Sasuke. "Alright, that's enough. Now get your asses back to your seats so that I can assign you to your teams. I don't want to end up dealing with a migraine from you brats," thundered Iruka. The boys immediately returned to their seats. As Iruka read the names out loud, Naruto peered over to Shikamaru and whispered, "Want to join me at Ichiraku's after this?" "My treat." Shikamaru wasn't sure what he would say to that as he arched an eyebrow in surprise since this was the first time that the blonde kid ever treated his friends to ramen. Free food from Naruto, eh? I never thought that he would do that for us. It's too troublesome for me to make debates about it now, thought Shikamaru. Sure, I will ask Chuji and Ino after break. After Iruka went through the names for Team 6, he moved on to Team 7 and said, Team 7 will consist of Haruno Sakura, Naruto Uzumaki, and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly and wasn't surprised to be on the same team as Sasuke. Looks like that team is planning something big, but as long as he doesn't fight me, I should be on the safe side. He thought to himself, that annoying whore and the blonde doe better not slow me down since they both insult the Uchiha name. I will show that blonde what the Uchiha clans are really about. Thought Sasuke. Sakura wasn't sure what to say since she was reacting lot differently to the news than the boys were. Are you kidding me? I am stuck with that dead last demon, she cried. Just then, Naruto immediately snuck up behind her before brandishing a kunai at her neck and gave a monotonous voice, what was that? Care to repeat that again? You better choose your words carefully or you will end up in an eternal world with no means of escape. I've done plenty of suffering on Mizuki team not too long ago, unless you want to suffer the same fate as he did. He then activated his Sharingan and stared at his teammate right in her eyes. I am so sorry. I didn't mean that, please don't kill me, begged Sakura in despair. Everyone else sweat dropped at the situation unfolding in front of them while Iruka face-palmed his head in disgust. Thank you, I would have nearly rejected your invite to the ramen shop after your little stunt, but I will let it slide this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky, do I make myself clear? Warned Naruto. Crystals see clear, said Sakura as she grinned nervously while dashing off towards the bathroom after nearly wetting herself. As for Ino, she just cheered loudly and waved towards Naruto, who gave her a thumbs up and a wink all together. Geez, since when did he get so defensive? I've never seen him act like this before, said Kiba. Probably from working with Anko and her goon squads. Why? Because he used some of his tactics on Mizuki-sensei not too long ago in the interrogation department and I sort of like it. Maybe we can learn a little bit from him, said Shino. That guy. Does he always talk like this when Naruto is around? I have to be careful around Shino since I don't know what this guy is capable of doing, thought Kiba to himself. Once Iruka finished reading Team 8 and Team 10 and assigned their senseis, Naruto immediately gathered his teammates and headed over towards Ichiraku's ramen with Sakura following close behind since she could be having nightmares after what she experienced earlier. But she decided to let this go since she didn't know the blonde very well after they first met. Just then, she could hear Ino talking to the blonde. That was amazing with what you did to Billboard Brow back there, she smiled and high-fived Naruto. Thanks, but you haven't seen everything yet since Ibiki-san turned me into a torture doctor at one of his prison cells not too long ago. And boy, you should have seen Mizuki shitting himself after I branded his skin repeatedly, causing burns over 50% of his body. You couldn't imagine what sort of suffering he had to go through after he ambushed me and Iruka-sensei in the Forest of Death earlier, so I had to give him a taste of his own medicine. Grinned Naruto. How did you manage to get into the ANBU unit anyway? Asked Choji. Well, I had a talk with the Hokage and he referred me to the scar-faced Jounin Ibiki Marino. He was the one that walked me through everything and wanted to see if I had what it takes to tackle my first assignment. I will show you guys the photos, said Naruto. As the gang arrived at the Ichiraku ramen bar, they all took a seat and ordered miso, beef, and chicken-flavored soup while Sakura was trying to avoid eating spice since she didn't want to have stomach irritation. She then walked over to the group and stared in horror at the photos of their former instructor gagged, beaten, and burned by Naruto and the two Jounins in the torture room. Oh my Kami, what the hell have you done to him? Asked Kiba as he sifted through the photos while trying to hold back his laughter. Well, Ibiki-san gave me his first test to see if I had the skills to be an interrogator and a torture specialist. Luckily, Inoichi-san and Tsumba-chan were there as well to assist me in this endeavor and well, I passed without too much trouble, said Naruto nervously. You are psychotic, you know that, Naruto. Did Anko teach you how to make people suffer like this? Asked Sakura indignantly. It's part of the program, Sakura-chan. You just need to have the mental and physical skills to manhandle dangerous criminals like her. Do you want to be a part of it? Laughed Naruto. Sakura shook her head no while Ino giggled like mad. You got burned big time by Naruto, Billboard Brow, laughed Ino. Oh, put a cork in it, Ino pig, shouted Sakura angrily. As the photos got passed around repeatedly, Tucci and Ayam were impressed at how well Naruto handled himself around a psychopathic killer like Mizuki and said, "We shall honor you with an extra bowl of ramen on the house." At that moment, everyone cheered as Naruto took charge of it. Afterwards, Naruto took care of the bill with everyone contributing before returning to the classroom waiting for their sensei. Furthermore, Asuma and Kurenai arrived on time to pick up their students for their first day of training and introduction since they already know Shino and Shikamaru were the best of the best. Before leaving, the Jounins winked at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up for what he did earlier. "Remember, you have to meet with Mato Guy after this is over," said Asuma. "I will make a mental of it," replied Naruto as he waved after the bearded teacher and the Genjutsu master before unleashing his plan of attack since their Jounin sensei Kakashi would always be more than 30 minutes late in coming. At that moment, Naruto grabbed the eraser from the chalkboard and wedged it between the door and the doorframe so that they could trick Kakashi. "Naruto, why did you do that?" "Stop trying to prank the teacher," shouted Sakura. "That's what our teacher gets for being late," replied Naruto. A few minutes later, the door opened and the sound of the eraser went bopping on the teacher's head as he entered through the door since the Genins could see a silver-haired man with a forehead protector covering his left eye and a mask covering the lower half of his face. "I am here for Team 7, would that be you three?" asked the man. The three students nodded. "Okay, now that you are all present, I am your sensei, Kakashi Hatake, and my first impression is, I don't like any of you." Sakura and Sasuke looked at their teacher with disapproving stares while Naruto giggled like crazy. At that moment, Sakura wanted to punch her teammate hard after that stunt. "Shall we head to the roof?" continued Kakashi before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Soon, the students followed their teacher to the roof and took their seats on the floor. "Now that you are all here, why don't we start with some introductions," said Kakashi. "What would you like to know about us?" asked Sakura. "Oh, let's see. Your names, hobbies, dreams for the future, likes and dislikes. That sort of stuff," replied Kakashi. "Why don't you start, sensei? We should get to know you better," continued Sakura. "Okay then, you already know me as Kakashi and I have no reason to tell you guys my likes or dislikes since I keep them all to myself and I have a lot of hobbies," he said. "Do those hobbies include walking your ninkins while reading those perverted Ika books?" asked Naruto playfully. The words from Naruto's mouth shocked Sakura to the core while Sasuke smiled at him without a word. As for Kakashi, he just rubbed his head in despair and said, "And just how did you come to know that? You've never seen me walk my dogs before, so how did you figure that out so quickly?" "Well, I will get back to you on that. Start us off, pink-haired girl," continued Kakashi. "Well, I am Sakura Haruno. The person I like is Sasuke Uchiha and my dream is to marry him one day since he is really cute," said Sakura as she blushed and stared at Sasuke. "Oh great, a fangirl, she could really make mincemeat out of Jiraiya later on," thought Kakashi. "I don't like Naruto because he has a liking for Ino. And as for my hobbies, I like to take care of little kids and want to be a medical ninja like Tsunade." "Of course, Sakura. Now then, you are up next, emo freak," Kakashi said while glaring at Sasuke. "First of all, I am not an emo freak. Second, I am Sasuke Uchiha and there are a ton of things that I don't like, starting off with how Naruto stole my family's most prized technique. Furthermore, I have only one goal, killing Itachi and restoring my clan to its former glory. Besides, after this, I have to head off to find some comrades of my own in a certain village." "I thought you might say that. No wonder you hate Naruto so much," continued Kakashi in his thoughts. "Anyway, you are last, Blondie," said Kakashi as he looked at the last member of Team 7. "Okay, I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like plenty of things and there are very little things to dislike. Furthermore, my dream is to become Hokage and my hobby is torturing people that calls me the D word. Secondly, Ino has already informed her father about me and he would love to see me be a part of the Yamanaka family later on. And oh, you were wondering about how I know you had dogs. It's all thanks to my brilliant mind and my Sharingan. I can see through everything. Also, don't even try to use your perverted tricks on me because I will not fall for it," finished Naruto. Kakashi's sweat dropped while rubbing the trickles of sweat from his face. Well, looks like we got some interesting members here. Now, I don't know what to do about Naruto since he knows about my personal life really well. I have to do my best to prevent him from spreading any more rumors. He thought, okay, now that we all know who we are, we will begin our survival training tomorrow since it is going to be just the four of us. So try to skip breakfast and meet up at Training Ground 7 tomorrow. Said Kakashi. Why are we doing survival training? Asked Sasuke. We already did it back in the academy. Added Sakura. This is not what you would call normal training because I will be your opponent. Continued Kakashi. What sort of training is it? Asked Naruto. If I tell you now, you will be pummeling me toward space. Furthermore, of the 27 graduates, only 9 were selected as genin since the rest will be sent back to the academy. Therefore, the failure rate of this exam will be 60%, so you better do your best out there. Chuckled Kakashi. Sakura and Sasuke stared in shock except for Naruto since he had an evil grin on his face. What was the point of graduating then? Asked Naruto. Well, that's to see who will be chosen to be a genin. Kakashi told him. Anyway, you will be graded on the training field. Be sure to have all your shinobi tools ready. The details are on the pieces of paper that you guys received, so don't be late. And with that, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving his teammates to ponder for tomorrow's exam. So, the test happens to be stealing bells from Kakashi, right? This should be easy enough. Sighed Naruto. What are you talking about, Dobe? Sasuke asked while tossing the paper into the garbage can. I've heard the other Jounins talking about the legendary Kakashi since he never passed a genin team. Furthermore, he uses the same test that was used by the 4th Hokage, the 3rd, and the 2nd. He will show the genin 2 bells and will tell them that in order to pass, they have to take the bells, while someone will ask, why there are only 2 bells. He will tell is that if one of us doesn't get the bells, we will be sent back to the academy. So in that case, we will be fighting each other not to get sent back. If you take a look at Kakashi's personal profile, you will see that there will always be a 3-man squad and not 2. The test is to see if all 3 of us can work together as a team in order to pass. Besides, since he is always late, I will be at the field tomorrow at around 9:50. Naruto explained. How on earth does he know so much about Kakashi? Is he really that smart? Thought Sasuke as he heads off into the records office. Where are you going? Asked Sakura. To the Konoha records office. I don't plan to eat right now. Want to come along with me? Continued Sasuke. Sure. Said Sakura as they left the field. As Naruto headed towards the training field to get some training completed before the exam tomorrow, he could see that it was being occupied by 3 people, and 2 of them are wearing green spandex while the other wore a gray striped t-shirt, his hair was wrapped into a ponytail and he had a black forehead protector on his head. Who are these people? Naruto thought to himself as he walked over to the kid standing on the tree. Wait a minute, I thought I saw you guys before. You must be Mato Guy and Rock Lee, right? Asked Naruto. Why, of course. Has the passion of youth led me to another student? Said the tall man. Yup, so anyway, I heard from a few Jounins that you and Kakashi are rivals and you were debating on who is truly the best. Furthermore, I've heard that Kakashi won't teach anyone, so I was hoping you can give me some pointers on taijutsu. Besides, Inoichi always tells me to steer clear of perverts because he will have the pleasure of castrating anyone that goes too far. Wait. What? I will have you know that as the ultimate taijutsu master and Konoha's green beast, Kakashi would never tell you anything about that technique. Now that you are here, perhaps it's time for you to join me and my apprentice Lee here for training every morning. With our youthfulness together, we will shine all throughout Konoha. Replied Guy with his good guy pose. Niji sweat dropped at that reply while holding his head in despair. You two are going to make me sick to my stomach. Just get on with it already. Sorry about that, Niji-san. But the flames of youth will always be within me for many years to come. So please join me in fulfilling your destiny with youthfulness, shouted Lee as the sparks of flame started appearing in his eyes. Niji twitched in despair and walked towards one of the logs and settled down without uttering a word. Thank you very much, you guys. Said Naruto as he bowed at them gratefully. You're welcome. Now, I want to see if you can hit this log for about 100 times with your arms and kicking it with your legs. Also try to run about 100 times around the clearing as well. Said Guy. I swear to God, I will kill Shikaku the next time I see him, thought Naruto as he continued punching the log. Job well done, young man. As you continue your progress with our morning training, we will train you and Lee in the art of taijutsu. Now, go home and get some rest, we got a busy day ahead of us. Said Guy before he and Lee left. Furthermore, Naruto turned into a different person and escorted Niji back to the Hyuga compound before grabbing some dinner back to his apartment. However, as he entered the building, he was dismayed to find it ransacked and trashed. To make things worse, most of the furniture and cupboards were damaged, including the bathroom and bedroom. At that moment, Naruto dashed towards what used to be his bedroom to make sure his personal effects were not taken. Once he saw that everything else was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and plotted his next move against the villagers since he knows that this was their doing. Looks like those villagers really don't know when to give up, eh? Well then, it's time for me to take them all into the ANBU headquarters for some pain and suffering after my test is over. Thought Naruto as he dashed out the door towards the Hokage tower. As he arrived, he knocked on the door repeatedly and said, Gigi. This is urgent, I need to see you immediately. At that moment, 2 ANBU guards heard the commotion and said, Can we help you, Naruto-san? Hawk-san, Nico-san, my apartment has been ransacked by the villagers yet again, do you think I can give them a little taste of their own medicine? It's time for me to show them what pain and suffering really feels like for them. I don't think you should do that, save your energy for tomorrow since we will inform the Hokage about it. Thank you though. But the question is, where will you stay tonight? Asked the ANBU with the hawk mask. Probably at Ino's house. After all, a girl has got to admire her good looks on me, doesn't she? Smiled Naruto as he disappeared from the tower. By the next morning, Naruto woke up early and sent his Kage Bushins to scout out the villagers while the other ones went towards Ibiki's area studying before heading over to meet Guy and Lee and spending a few hours with the usual training like he did before. Afterwards, he went towards the training field to meet up with Sakura and Sasuke. Let me guess, you both showed up a little bit after 8, right? Yup, wouldn't you know it? By the way, what were you doing earlier, Naruto? Asked Sakura. Just training with Guy and Lee since I needed some work on taijutsu. Besides, I've sent in my clones to take care of the paperwork for me while the real me takes down the oh-so-late Kakashi-sensei. Said Naruto. A few minutes later, Pakin showed up with his boss on the training field looking tired and said, Hello, pups. Your sensei has arrived, and I expect you all to do well under him. The dog then turned to his master and said, Kakashi, if you would please. Thank you, Pakin. I will take it from here. Smiled Kakashi as the dog disappeared in a puff of smoke with Sakura and Sasuke in awe. Is it just my imagination or did we just hear that dog talking? Asked Sakura. That was one of Kakashi's ninja dogs and believe me, I've known Pakin since I was a kid and to this day, I always interact with him. But anyway, you are late, Kakashi, shouted Naruto. Sorry about that, but a black cat. Began Kakashi. Don't give us the black cat excuse, just start the damn test already, shouted Sakura and Naruto in unison. Kakashi then sighed and took out an alarm clock before setting it down on a nearby stump. You have until noon to get the bells away from me, there are only 2 bells. Said Sasuke. I told you before, whichever one of you doesn't get the bell will be sent back to the academy. Use whatever you have to come and attack me. Furthermore, you won't win unless you have the intent to kill. Explained Kakashi. At that moment, Naruto immediately activated his Sharingan and grabbed one of the kunai knives from his holster before arching his arm back to throw the weapon. However, Kakashi stopped it before feeling the tip of a kunai pressing against his neck. Calm down, I didn't say start yet. Said Kakashi. So that guy really is a jounin, eh? No wonder he is hiding a lot of things from us. Thought Sasuke with a mental grin. He didn't even move, thought Sakura. I did say you have to come at me with the intent to kill, right? I see you are acknowledging me, that's good. Are you all ready? Begin, commanded Kakashi. Looks like Naruto was right, we have to work as a team to pass this test, continued Sakura as she hid in the bushes. I agree, I mean after all. I can't hate my own teammates forever since Naruto and I are not related in blood, but we are still brothers after all. So I have to use teamwork if I want to pass as well, thought Sasuke. A few minutes later all three of them remained in the bushes until it was time to strike. Looks like they are working together, interesting. Maybe they do understand a thing or two about teamwork. Perhaps these three are more useful than I first thought. Thought Kakashi as he kept an eye out for their chakras. Soon, a huge plume of smoke appeared and out comes Naruto in front of his teacher. Are you going to fight me or not? Asked Naruto. You're a bit off, stated Kakashi. Furthermore, the real Naruto was still under the bushes with his teammates. I really hope this ingenious plan of yours works, whispered Sasuke. Don't worry, my clone can easily take care of him, smiled Naruto. The only thing that is off is that ridiculous hair of yours, yelled the Naruto clone. I see you are using taijutsu, maybe I can give you the basics, said Kakashi as he reached into his pouch and grabbed a book out to read, causing his teammates to sweat drop while the clone looked on in amazement. I see you are back to your perverted self again reading that crappy book. We all know how it is going to end. So focus on us instead of that book you call a novel, said the clone. Please do not spoil it, I have to finish what happens next since it makes no difference to you guys on how the ending plays out. So keep on fighting me guys, continued Kakashi. At that moment, Naruto unleashed his battle cry as he charged again with his fist, but it was blocked by Kakashi's hand. He then tried a kick to his sensei's head but it was no use either since he was able to dodge all hits from the clone. At that moment, Naruto tried a direct close-up attack but he ends up getting caught from behind as Kakashi snuck up on him and said, first rule as a shinobi, don't get caught off guard from behind, idiot. I think this could be the end of your clone, so if I were you I would dodge, said Sakura. Maybe I can try using a replacement and you guys hit high and low, said Naruto. Too late for that Naruto, said Kakashi as he rammed his fingers up the blonde's ass and shouted, Konoha's ancient taijutsu supreme technique, 1000 years of death. This caused Naruto scream out in pain as he is thrown into the lake. Ouch, that hurt, said Naruto as he got back out of the water. Afterwards, Sakura and Sasuke came out of their hiding place and began to charge at Kakashi by ramming a few kunais into his head and chest, but he managed to deflect them all before he attempted to dodge them. However, Sakura and Sasuke snuck up behind him and noticed that his arms were being pulled up before hearing Naruto talking to him. Didn't you say shinobi were never supposed to get caught? At that moment, Kakashi realizes that he is trapped as Naruto's friend grabbed the bells and yanked them off before their sensei grabbed Naruto's hand and swung him around, tossing him into his comrades. Furthermore, he stared at them. Do you three understand the meaning behind this test? He asked in a rough tone. We know it is teamwork, the test is to see if we can put aside our own interests and work together to complete the mission, said Naruto. Exactly right. You all pass, smiled Kakashi. As the three ninjas stood up, their teacher looked at them all in the eyes and said, remember, any ninja that breaks the rules are considered trash. But for me trying to abandon any of my comrades will be considered lower than trash. Keep that in mind as we go on our next few missions. We will, Sensei, answered Team 7. Now then, we shall begin more training and missions tomorrow. Be sure to be here at 8 tomorrow, continued Kakashi as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. At that moment, Naruto turned his attention to his teammates and said, shall we go out and celebrate? Both of his teammates shrugged their shoulders and said, sure, but shouldn't we investigate the villagers? I mean they are responsible for trashing your house, right? We need to see the Hokage since we won't rest until someone pays for their transgressions. After all, you lost your house, right? Naruto looked at his teammates sadly as he placed his hands on them and said, thanks for trying to make me feel better, guys. Unfortunately this isn't anything personal, but if you guys were to help me, you would only be a burden to me. Of course not, Naruto. We are your friends and we will help you any way we can. Don't beat yourself up over what happened earlier. Those people don't understand you and they don't see you as a hero. After all, they need to treat you fairly, right? Smiled Sakura. She's right, Dobe. Besides, even though I lost my entire family, I didn't cry all day, you know. It's time we all give the villagers a painful lesson anyway in humility. Added Sasuke. Naruto smiled at them and said, "You're right, thanks guys. And I will not rest until those scumbags pay for what they've done. Let's go see the Hokage since it is my goal to succeed him one day." And with that, the three newly formed Genin team headed off into the afternoon sunset towards the Hokage Tower for their next assignment before their long journey ahead into a dangerous location away from Konoha, since they do not know what sort of threat or danger befalls them. Chapter 17, To the Land of Waves. With the team placement set for Naruto and his friends, they were all set for their first assignment outside of Konoha after completing several D-ranked missions. One of them was capturing Tora the cat and return to the Fire Daimyo's wife since she is quite stubborn. Furthermore, with elemental training already on Naruto's mind and the amount of work in the T&I department, he is prepared to take those skills even further if he plans on meeting Zabuza. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's mission assignment room, the old man was sitting in the middle of the table smoking his pipe as usual while handing missions to shinobi. To his side was Irika, the academy teacher of the Konoha 12. Although not many of the shinobi are having the privilege to grown old since their life expectancy are actually around 30 years. Any shinobi that has reached that milestone will have to reminisce about everything that they did in their life. At birth, shinobis are known to have fought and trained hard throughout their lives in order to protect and serve their village. Yes, they have to give up their lives for the sake of the village, especially for the old man since his reign as Hokage was nearing its end, since it was time for him to pass his hat to a younger generation. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Team 7 walking through the door with Team 8 waving at them, and a smile was brought to his face to see Naruto and Hinata in the same room together. He has been like a grandfather to the children ever since Itachi Uchiha had left the village. Furthermore, Naruto's smile always managed to de-stress him from the stacks of paperwork that mounted on his desk. This surprised him because no matter how much Naruto was despised and hated, the kid managed to keep a cheerful and loving personality. Team 7 reporting for a mission, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed to the Hokage. "Same with Team 8. Replied Kurenai. "Welcome guys. Let's see what we have here," said the Hokage as he sifted through the D-ranked scrolls from Irika. "We got walking the Inazuka dogs and cleaning their kennel, capturing Tora, and helping an old lady moving into her new house and dash," but the Hokage never finished what he was saying. "I think I will handle the Tora mission," smirked Naruto. This caused the Hokage to raise an eyebrow since everyone was tired of chasing that damn cat. "Are you sure about this, Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata. "Trust me, I already got this in the bag," Naruto replied as he took the scroll. "What is the record for catching Tora?" 3 hours give or take." "But why do you ask? Do you intend to break that record?" asked the Hokage. "Something like that," replied Naruto as he shunshined into the middle of the room and took a small scroll before unrolling it to show a small intricate seal. As he placed the scroll on the ground, Naruto bit his thumb to draw blood and slammed it into the seal, saying, "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique." A poof of smoke appeared, and as it cleared out, Tora appeared in front of them, shocking everyone in the room. "How did you do that, Naruto?" asked Kiba. "I had to chase her several times in the past, and so I was tired of running after her, so therefore, I placed a summoning seal in the cat. Therefore my offering of the blood and chakra has allowed me to perform this technique," explained Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, since I got Tora, can I get another mission?" "Oh, before that, I wanted to meet your dog, Pakin, so can you please call him out?" "What do you need him for?" asked Kakashi with a look of confusion. "Since I learned the summoning jutsu, I would like to meet your dog in person and see what he can do as a messenger," replied Naruto. "I see, you must have reminded me about that when I first met you." "All right then," replied Kakashi as he made a quick swipe of his thumb with a kunai before slamming his palms onto the ground and said, "Ninja art summoning, earth-style Fong pursuit jutsu." Soon, Pakin and the rest of the Ninken pack appeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto watched in amazement as he sees the ninja hounds for the first time, while Hinata blushed at the sight of their cuteness. Kiba and Shina walked up to the rest of the pack and started playing around with them since they are really good with kids. Furthermore, these dogs are used to track down a civilian or enemy whenever they detect them anywhere in or out of the village. "What's up, Kakashi?" "Why have you called us here?" asked the small brown dog. "Naruto-kun here wanted to meet you since he wanted to know more about what you guys do in an emergency situation. And since you have that scroll on your back, why don't you call the client in?" said Kakashi. "You mean, that spiky blonde-haired kid is the one that wanted to meet us? Well then, hey kid. I am Pakin, nice to meet you." He then rushed towards the kid and settled on the blonde's shoulder. "You can talk. Wow. That's so cool, it's really nice to meet you as well. I look forward to seeing you more in the future since we can always rely on you guys to find us in case we get lost or protect us from the enemy. I think we will all become the best of friends," said Naruto as he gave the dog a gentle pat on the head. "Mama, I am glad you think he is cute and friendly, but I think we should focus on the mission ahead of us," replied Kakashi dryly. Soon, the door opened and in came a drunken old man with glasses and a hat. The gang could see that he is not from Konoha as the client bowed to the Hokage and said, "Where are the escorts that are supposed to take me back to the land of waves?" The Hokage paused to call the ANBU guards to clean the man of his alcohol obsession as they stripped him of the beer and other dangerous items before leaving in a swirl of leaves. He then pointed towards the kids behind him and said, "Your escorts are right there. Now, I do believe there is one more person that will accompany Kakashi on this mission to the land of waves." He then gestured towards the fake wall in the tower and said, "I know you are there, Itachi-san. Please come out." A few minutes later, Itachi came out of the walls with a stunned look on his face and said, "Hokage-sama, how very perceptive of you to detect me in your tower. It's been a long time since I left this village. Furthermore, I wanted to thank you for keeping an eye on this place while I was gone. I hope my little assassination scheme worked out." "Yes, it all went well. Looks like we won't have to worry about Fugaku anymore since all he wanted was power for himself by getting rid of the Kyubi demon and its host. Anyway, guys, in front of you is Tsunade. He is trying to get back home to the land of the waves, but that village is filled with criminals like Gato and his thugs, including the demon swordsman Zabuza. Your mission is to safely escort this old man back home while eliminating as much resistance as possible along the way. Itachi Dano here will be joining you on this mission, so I expect all of you to get this job accomplished. I will reward you with your stipend after you guys return. Good luck," said Sarutobi. Soon, Naruto raised his hand while Kakashi and Kurenai tried their best to restrain Sasuke from killing Itachi since he knows what happened to the Uchiha not too long ago and how badly he suffered from the after effects of Tsukuyomi. "Why are we working with Sasuke's older brother? You know he can't be trusted. Itachi has defected himself from the mysterious criminal organization known as the Akatsuki in order to protect you from his family. I am sure you couldn't remember what happened back then since I asked him to save you from the pain and suffering of the civilians and Fugaku himself. He only spared you so that I can look after you while he infiltrated the organization's hideout to gather information on their plans to steal the bijou. So therefore, you don't have to worry since he is a good guy now," replied Sarutobi. Soon, Sasuke pushed the Jounin senseis out of the way and pointed his finger at the old man and shouted, "How is my brother a good guy? He killed my entire family and you are just going to sit there and watch him trying to attack my teammates? I won't let him join us on this mission just because you agreed to it, old man." "Sorry, Sasuke, but as Hokage, I have to do what is best for Team 7 because Itachi saved Naruto from certain death. After all, if he wasn't given the Sharingan, how do you think the situation would have ended? Anyway, the land of waves cannot wait for you any longer. Get out there and find the demon of the mist, he will be very tough opponent for you all to kill. Now then, as for Team 8, you guys have another mission to get to. Now get going," ordered the Hokage. Soon, everyone disappeared in a swirl of leaves from the tower with Tsunade following them close behind. As the gang left the tower, Tsunade walked right up to Kakashi and said, "So, these are the little whelps that will be guiding me back to my house in the land of waves, right? Are you sure that these guys are up for the task?" "Don't worry. I trained them all in the field not too long ago and taught them the basics of survival in critical situations. Also, the basics of tree walking and covering your teammates were also taught because these kids make up the three-man squad. As long as they get along and learn to work together, they will be able to bond together as friends and family. Besides, the Konoha Academy had 9 genin teams that graduated, so we should probably consider this our first C-ranked assignment. I will act as backup in case anything gets out of hand. Therefore, we don't want anyone killing each other, or else I could end up in a lot of trouble. I see, but what's the deal with the Uchiha brothers? I thought they were one of the strongest clans in your village, continued Tsunade. Well, now that you mentioned it, yes, our clan possesses the powerful Sharingan technique. However, I discovered that my father had suddenly gone rogue and started rebelling against the Hokage in order to erase the Kyuubi from Konoha, including its host, in order to seize its power for himself. Although no one told me this sooner, since they kept Naruto's monster a secret from the village. So, in order to keep him safe, I had no choice but to slaughter my family at the behest of the Sandaime Hokage before he could even lay a hand on the blonde. Believe me, even I don't know what my father was capable of doing, and I had to do this for the sake of my home while protecting Naruto. As I have said before, Sasuke didn't even care what happens after he learned of the murders and would stop at nothing to kill me, even if it means to get rid of his close friend and brother. Said Itachi in his monotone voice. Yeah, RGHT. All you are doing is trying to gain strength and power for yourself. You never did anything for the good of the village. I will kill you if it's the last thing I do. Mark my words, I will avenge the Uchiha clan and show you that no one disrespects my family and gets away with it, boomed Sasuke as he tried to activate his Sharingan. However, Naruto immediately disappeared from the group and snuck up behind his rival while brandishing his kunai at the raven-haired teen's neck. Itachi Uchiha isn't a monster because I believe in everything that he said, and I wouldn't even try to kill him if I were you, because I need him to fulfill this mission in order to defeat the Akatsuki from taking all the bijus. Besides, you already have heard and seen the fox inside of me, right? So, if you kill me now, you wouldn't gain anything from this. Therefore, I will keep your power within me for as long as necessary. And don't even try to blame Itachi for the deaths of your family either, since he did this to protect you and me. At that moment, Sasuke's face turned dark red and immediately threw Naruto on the ground before placing his boots on the boy's chest and said, "What the hell do you know anyway? It was your fault that my family's prized jutsu was stolen. If I get rid of you, I will definitely take my revenge on my brother in Konoha, since that place is nothing but garbage. And I know just the person that can help me achieve that goal. Trust me, you are going to watch me wipe out Konoha and all of its inhabitants later on, and soon, you will not have your pathetic village to call home anymore, since it will be nothing but a distant memory, remember that." He then released his foot from the blonde without saying another word as they headed towards the foggy river bank to their destination. Along the way, Naruto and his friends spotted some mysterious eyes watching them from the bushes with their weapons ready. So now, Naruto activated his Sharingan and looked around to make sure someone didn't follow them, but as soon as he spotted the thugs, he immediately charged forward and attacked, but was pushed back out with brutal force. Furthermore, the gang realizes that those thugs are indeed working for a businessman here in the land of waves, since they are going to be facing a bigger threat here instead of just the demon Zabuza. "Come on out and show yourself, you thugs. I am not afraid of you. Tell us whom you are working for," shouted Naruto. "Ha! Like hell we will ever tell you brats anything. Now prepare to die," shouted the thug as he lunged forward at the blown with his kunai. However, Itachi immediately sprang into action and gave the thug a good hard punch to his gut, sending him backwards a few feet into the ground below. As the other guard watched, he immediately charged in with a direct attack, but Sasuke managed to deflect it with his kunai and shuriken weapons while leaving them no chance to fight back. "Tell us whom you are working for, or your lives will be a short one," continued Itachi. "Screw you fuckers. We will not tell you shit," shouted the thug as he continued attacking. At that moment, Naruto continued to try and fight off the thug before his weapon could impale the boy's body. Itachi then formed hand signs for the Tsukuyomi as his genjutsu in order to paralyze the two thugs. Soon, both of them were horrified as they were engulfed into an unknown world with no means of escape. "Who is there? I demand that you show yourself. Get us out of here or you will feel the wrath of the demon brothers," they shouted. "Sorry, but in the world of Tsukuyomi, I control time and space here. The pain you guys are going to be experiencing will be nothing like you've ever seen before. As long as you guys can handle pain, your so-called leader will meet the same fate as you, mused Itachi as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon, the demon brothers woke up to find themselves tied to a post with no means of escape. What the hell is this place? I demand that you release us from this hellhole, shouted one of the demon brothers. Release you? I don't think so. Once you are trapped here, you won't be escaping anytime soon. Continued Itachi as he takes out the sword from his sheath and began stabbing the brothers, causing them to moan and groan in pain as the blood poured out. As they tried to relax, they kept their eyes closed to think happy thoughts. This is only a genjutsu, none of this is real, and the injuries that were inflicted on us isn't real either. They thought to themselves, are you sure? What you are seeing is just the beginning of pain and torture in this realm. As I said before, I control everything here, so it's futile for you guys to try and escape. Now then, tell me who is your master and why you came to attack us, asked Itachi. We won't tell you guys shit. We are loyal to our master since he is the strongest demon of the mist. Not even your Jounin with that Sharingan can overpower him. Seethed the demon brother. Well, then, if you won't talk, perhaps I have another way to make you tell the truth. Continued Itachi as he slowly jammed the sword blade into the thug's stomach, causing him to scream out in pain. What the hell? How dare you do that to my brother? You will pay for that, shouted the other thug. The pain will continue for you guys if you don't tell me who this demon of the mist is. Continued Itachi. As Kakashi and the others watched with amusement, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the Sharingan user since he used the same methods on Mizuki, since the whole technique will have deadly side effects on the brothers. It is not known how long the Tsukuyomi will wear off, but sources say that they could be out for weeks to come. Even Kakashi was surprised at what Itachi had pulled off while saving his teammates. Geez, and here I thought Itachi was going to kill us, how did he end up joining us anyway? Asked a confused Sakura. Well, given his status as a spy for the Akatsuki and the eventual pardon from the third Hokage, I do believe he spared Naruto and Sasuke from being killed by the leader of the Uchiha military police. So I do feel that his techniques could be very useful in dealing with the enemies at the Land of Waves. Therefore, it is in our best interest to put our faith in him and Naruto. Smiled Kakashi. If you guys are trusting Itachi, I don't. I still want to get revenge for my family. I don't care how corrupt my father was, all he did was showing me love and support, shouted Sasuke. Yeah, sure. Your Tsunade nearly tried to kill both of us. Is that what you would call a father? Besides, I myself grew up without a family thanks to that monster sealed inside of me. However, after Itachi saved me from the wrath of your Uchiha leader, he told Hokage Jiji to look after me while he was out gathering intelligence. Furthermore, thanks to these eyes, I wasn't scared of him, but I wanted to get stronger so I can beat your sorry little ass, Sasuke. Maybe then you will learn to actually respect your elder brother for training you in the ninja arts. Anyway, I don't want to fight you since we are going on a mission to find the demon of the mist. So can you please put your hatred aside and focus on the task at hand, said Naruto. Sasuke looked at his teammates for a moment before turning his attention towards Sakura and Kakashi, both of them staring at him with nods. Eventually he let out a disappointing sigh and said, fine, but after this mission is over, I will still kill my brother one way or another and none of you will stand in my way. Foolish little brother still thinks that he wants to kill me. You are not strong enough to defeat me. No matter what you try, it's futile. Replied Itachi as he turned his attention towards the demon brothers. Now tell us who your master is, now. Okay. It's Zabuza. He is a former Kiri ninja and the former swordsman of the mist. He has known to carry out dozens of brutal slayings of ninjas in his former village. Now that he is in the mist, all of us are loyal to him. We don't know what his plans are for Tsunade, but we can tell you that someone else is pulling the strings. Said the demon brother. Would that happen to be Gato and his gang of thugs? Asked Naruto as he approached the criminals. Yes, that would be him. So I take it you have heard of their criminal activities? Asked Itachi. Yes, and it will be up to you and me to deal with them while Kakashi and the others take on Zabuza once we get into the Land of Waves. Anyway, Let those demon brothers go since we got all the information we need to take on these goons in order to make this village the way it was before. Smiled Naruto. At once, Naruto-sama, said Itachi as he dispelled his genjutsu, releasing the brothers before they escaped without incident. At that moment, Kakashi rubbed his temples and said, Itachi Dano, that was quite a stunt you pulled on those brothers. It looks like we got some powerful opponents ahead of us. Also Sasuke, if you can try not to attack your teammates, I would really appreciate it since we don't want to end up fighting each other during an emergency situation like this. So let's save it for the Chunin exams. Anyway, we have arrived at the boat area. I do believe Tsunade will have to ferry us over to the other side of the river to find Zabuza. As the four Konoha Shina boarded the boat, they could see heavy fog ahead of them in addition to the mist covering the sky. Furthermore, things were not looking good for everyone on Team 7. What is up with this fog? It makes finding everything impossible, protested Sakura. It's not just the fog, it's the mist as well, looks like something is ahead of us on the other side. Replied Kakashi as he unveiled his other eye in order to find a safe zone as they made their approach to the port. Once there, everyone disembarked from the boat and headed off to find Tsunade's house. Furthermore, the bridge was empty thanks to the strong mist filling the air. At that moment, the gang realizes that they are not alone. So, it looks like some brats from Konoha are here to challenge me yet. We shall see about that, shouted the mysterious voice. As Sakura hid behind Tsunade, she realized that the voice sounded kind of familiar, but there was no sign of any chakra used yet. Furthermore, Itachi and Naruto were surprised to see the appearance of Zabuza since he was definitely not letting anyone pass without a fight. So, you must be Zabuza of the Mist, eh? Looks like I am going to have my hands full with you since my attacks can easily put you to shame, said Kakashi as he activated his Sharingan. He then turned his attention towards Itachi and Naruto. You two, go take care of Gato and his men. Sasuke, Sakura, and I will handle this demon with no problems. Be sure to take Tsunade with you since we cannot afford losses on our side. You got your orders, now get moving. Naruto and Itachi nodded as they both grabbed the old man by the arms and dragged him away from the battlefield towards Gato's headquarters since they cannot let that man get caught in the line of fire. Yup, there were definitely emotions running through the three genin. This time, they are ready to tackle whatever stands in their way. As for Naruto, he was still worried about Sakura since she had not outgrown out of her fangirl attitude about Sasuke. Furthermore, he would stop at nothing to get what he wants for the sake of Konoha, and Kakashi would have a hard time keeping his student's anger under control since he can understand what the kid is going through right now. So, Kakashi of the Sharingan, what brings you to the land of the waves? Asked Zabuza. Well, we were asked to escort Tsunade back to his house since you can call us his bodyguards. I was ordered to keep you at bay so that you don't have to go all out and kill him. I can see that you brought Haku out there to assist you, which isn't a very smart move. Also, the Hokage has ordered us to bring you back to Konoha since Naruto needs a few allies to assist him against Orochimaru in the upcoming invasion later on. If you can defeat me, I might actually consider joining you in stopping the Snake Sannin. But the question is, can your genin handle my water-style techniques? Asked Zabuza. Don't forget my crystal ice mirrors. They can easily penetrate through anything or anyone that comes into contact with me. Stated Haku. 2 against 3. That's kind of uneven, but I think my genin students will be able to hold off Haku long enough for me to finish you off. Said Kakashi. Once the copy ninja finished talking, Sasuke charged forward after Haku, but he didn't even get close to more than 2 feet across the gate before a large flail of needles were sent straight at him, knocking him backwards to the ground. Sasuke. Are you alright? Asked Sakura. I am fine, just some minor injuries. Furthermore, how can that guy be this powerful? Continued Sasuke. I didn't have to use hand seals, I just throw the needles directly at my opponent and they will instantly feel pain from my attack. Besides, I am an ice user since nothing can penetrate my ice mirrors. Besides, my chakra comes from the palm of my hands. Now then, are you prepared to die? Said Haku. Not today. Come and take your best shot, barked Sasuke. As the gang continued their fight, it seems that neither side is putting up much of any resistance since their strengths are all the same. Elsewhere, Itachi and Naruto manage to get into town and finds a house situated a few miles away from Gado's base of operations. Furthermore, they could see that the family is pretty much in danger. As they ventured inside without being detected by Gado's men, they could hear some of them talking about the demon and his escort and thoughts about killing them for money. Secondly, they are already aware that Zabuza is planning to turn on Gado, so our heroes has to make short work of the mafia boss before he could kill the mist demon. Itachi Dano, I think we should really put a stop to the confrontation between Zabuza and Kakashi because their fight isn't getting anywhere. I mean, we are all going to end up in the bingo books. I mean, if we can enlist that mist ninja to Konoha, we can easily take down Orochimaru and the rest of the Akatsuki. What you think? Asked Naruto. Precisely what I was thinking, Naruto-sama. If we can infiltrate Gado's headquarters, we can easily avoid detection and take everyone out before setting the place on fire. After all, our Sharingan techniques can easily make the enemy fight themselves, including their leader. Now then, Tsunade, where is Gado's headquarters located? It's not too far from here, but I tried fighting him myself and had no such luck. He even kidnapped my grandson Inari and my daughter Tsunami for ransom. I had to do whatever it was necessary to get them back, even if it means working for that corrupt businessman. So now, with you guys here, you can help us take down that menace so that I can build the bridge and name it after you. Please, do whatever it takes to save my house and my family. Said Tsunade. Of course, old man. We will have them cleared out in no time, but first, we need some weapons. What do you have here that can take them down? Asked Naruto. Sure, I have a couple of swords and explosive tags. Would those work? I think they will. But I highly doubt that Gado would come and knock on our door. He can't hurt us anyway, even if his men tries to ambush us but Naruto was cut off by the sounds of shuriken and kunai weapons hurling towards him. Itachi quickly grabbed Naruto and hid him behind the couch to avoid letting him get impaled. Looks like we spoke too soon. Gado and his men knows that we are here. Tsunade, you should find someplace to hide while we take care of those thugs outside. Are you ready, Naruto? Said Itachi. You bet I am. Taiju Kagebushin no Jutsu, said Naruto. Soon, a bunch of Naruto clones appeared out on the streets while the real one unsheathed his sword from his belt and signaled for the assault. So, it seems that Konoha has sent you weaklings to take on Gado, eh? You guys are either foolish or crazy. But we will not let you leave this place alive, shouted one of Gado's men. Yeah, right. We are here to take Gado down once and for all. We shall make sure you will pay for threatening Tsunade and his family. We are here to ensure your headquarters is permanently destroyed once and for all. Now then, you all should prepare for a painful death. Said Naruto as he activated his Sharingan while charging towards the men with his sword, slashing anyone that gets in his way. Most of the hits were to the stomach, legs, arms, and head. Most of their vital organs have also taken damage from the swords and kunai knives since many would not be able to move. Soon, Itachi activated his Tsukuyomi, sending many of the thugs into an unknown realm where they couldn't see what they were attacking. Soon, many of the guards had serious injuries all over their bodies from the beatings that they took, and some would have long-term nightmares from that dangerous technique. What? What the hell did you do to us? Asked the thug. I put you all in a genjutsu, thereby altering your brain waves and erasing your memories. You guys won't be able to remember anything that has happened. Now then, tell us where your boss is. Said Itachi. We won't tell you shit. Gado is one of the most powerful businessmen here in the land of waves, you will never defeat him, he said. At that moment, Itachi immediately kicked the thug in the gut, causing him to cough up blood. He then raised his kunai knife and threatened to jam it into his heart if he doesn't start talking, since these guys are pretty loyal to Gado. Tell me where he is or I will kill you, warned Itachi. Never. Just kill us now, shouted the thug. Soon, Naruto raised his sword and impaled it into the thug's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Soon, the blonde could see blood pouring out and dripping onto the ground below. As he struggled to breathe, he could feel his strength leaving his body as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Once Naruto removed the blade, he turned his attention towards the other guard and could see that he crapped his pants after witnessing his partner getting killed. I gave him a chance to come clean and now he refused to tell us where your leader is. This is what you will deserve if you don't tell us where Gato is," said Naruto with a killing intent. "You will pay dearly for killing my partner and the other thugs." "I won't tell you anything," shouted the thug. "Do you really want to die?" asked Naruto as he wrapped a kunai around the guy's throat. Okay. Don't kill me. He is in the headquarters, but don't expect him to go easy on you since he can dodge any attack that you guys throw at him. He is responsible for trying to kill the old man's grandson and daughter. Just ahead of the pier you will see the headquarters behind a bunch of old factories. It's past the third warehouse and on the left. I've told you all I need to know, now please let me go, pleaded the thug. Thank you. Now was that really hard? No. Itachi, why don't you knock his guy unconscious while I dispatch my clones to tie up the survivors and hand them over to the T&I department? Meanwhile, the real me will head over to the headquarters to take care of Gato," said Naruto. "Sure, I am sure Ibiki and Anko are going to have a lot of fun with these guys back in Konoha," smiled Itachi as he made a chop onto the man and knocked him unconscious before collecting the rest of the men and confiscating their weapons. He then placed them all inside a sealing scroll to and activated a barrier to prevent them from going on a rampage. After that was done, he dashed towards the headquarters to put a stop to Gato once and for all. At the headquarters, Gato was waiting patiently for answers from his men, but so far, none of them have returned. What the hell is taking them so long? They should have returned by now. I am afraid that they are permanently out of commission right now. So, how about you come quietly back to Konoha with me and we can avoid a confrontation, asked Naruto. Who the hell are you and what have you done to my men? Shouted Gato. Me. I am Naruto Uzumaki and I am here to put an end to your madness once and for all. Taiju Kagebushin no Jutsu. Soon a mass of shadow clones appeared and charged forward at Gato, but many were being dispelled or pushed back since none of them are able to land a hit on him. Is that really the best you can do? Come at me with all you've got. Shouted Gato as he pummeled the kid into the ground while repeatedly beating him into a pulp. But Naruto didn't feel anything as the assault continued. You must be that big boss that threatened Tsunade and his family, right? Asked Naruto. Yeah, of course. When I am done with you, I will kill Haku and Zabuza for betraying me. Not if I can stop you, shouted Naruto as he unsheathed his sword before unleashing his trump card, the nine-tailed fox. Soon, Kakashi and Zabuza could see a flow of red chakra coming from a nearby factory since they know that something big is going on down there. Kakashi, looks like that brat is taking on Gato. Shall we end this fight and help him? Asked Zabuza. I think he can take care of it, but let us see how this will end, said Kakashi as he deactivated his Sharingan. Back at the headquarters, Gato could see that the kid wasn't going down hard since he was responsible for slaughtering most of the men single-handedly. Soon, the gang arrived at the battlefield and watched with interest. Your kid is a natural-born killer, Kakashi, said Zabuza. I never saw him act like this before. Thanks, I try my best, smiled Kakashi. So, are we going to do this the easy way or do you want me to cut you up limb from limb, said Naruto. I will never come with you. You should have died in my hands for killing most of my men, shouted Gato. Okay then, have it your way, said Naruto as he grabbed his sword and slashed Gato on his arm, chopping it off in the process. Gah! My arm, roared Gato. You said you wouldn't hurt anyone, but you broke that law and now, I will break you. Naruto spoke as he slashed the man in his chest before beating him repeatedly, causing blood to gush out from multiple locations on his body, thereby crippling him. Everyone else went pale as they saw the damage done and Sakura was about to hurl. They never saw anything like this before. Damn! That kid is psychotic, I tell you, said Itachi. Well, you are the one that turned my student into a killer, groaned Kakashi. Naruto continued beating Gato before impaling a kunai into his heart and chest, causing him to scream out in pain. He then continued to stomp on the businessman's heart until nothing was heard from Gato. He then carefully removed the kunai and the sword from the body and sheathed them back into his holster. Soon, the gang could see that the corrupt businessman on the ground before turning the other way. You should have died. groaned Gato as he collapsed to the ground dying in a pool of his own blood. Nah, if you wanted to kill me, you were just not strong enough. You had to die one way or another for your crimes," said Naruto as he reverted back to his normal self before slowly picking up the unconscious businessman and placed his body next to his men before charring them into ash. With Gato gone, Tsunade was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" asked Sakura. "Never better, Sakura-chan. Although my injuries are minor, they can easily heal thanks to the Kyuubi. Anyway, Zabuza-sama, you should come with us back to Konoha since I need your assistance to take down Orochimaru," said Naruto. "But why? This village is my home. If I come with you, I could easily be killed," replied Zabuza. "Nah, don't worry. If I talk to Gigi, I am sure he will give you guys a pardon once you are cleared of all charges. We should be able to find out where Snake Team's bases are," smiled Naruto. "Well, if you put it that way, sure. It's about time that I wanted a little action of my own, right Haku," said Zabuza. "Yeah, that kid sure knows how to make a lot of friends," replied Haku. "I guess this is goodbye then, right? I wanted to thank you guys for taking out that businessman. I wish you all a pleasant journey back to Konoha. And don't worry, we will drop by and visit soon after this bridge is finished. We shall call it the Great Naruto Bridge." "That sounds like a great name," said Naruto. "Anyway though, we should be getting back after that long battle." With Gato and his men defeated, everything in the Land of Waves was back to normal as the mist cleared out. Furthermore, the headquarters was completely obliterated and the base of operations was completely wiped out. Furthermore, peace was completely restored here in the village and everyone was able to return to their normal lives, especially for Naruto and his team as they begin their journey back to Konoha while waving goodbye to Tsunade and his family. Chapter 18, Chunin Exams. Things in Konoha were going back to normal as always since the sun was rising to a new warm day as the villagers and shinobi were going about in their daily lives. Currently, we find Naruto and his team walking along the outskirts of Konoha with his newfound allies, Haku and Zabuza. Furthermore, they have allied themselves with Konoha shinobi due to the fact that they were being used by Gato and his henchmen. But now with Gato out of the picture and his forces captured, Naruto was prepared to give the mission report to the Hokage before heading towards the T&I department to drop off some prisoners for the Snake Mistress and Scarface. Although the mission was a success, Kakashi still had a score to settle with his rival since they couldn't finish their match back in the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen started having headaches from all the paperwork stacking up on his desk since this was too much for him to handle on his own. He knew from a personal perspective that this job would be handled by someone that can actually put their minds on since the only thing that is on the third's mind is retiring to bed. Just then, he heard a knock at the door and said, "Enter." As the door swung open, Naruto stepped up towards the old man and said, "We managed to put a stop to Gato's base of operations and brought back a few allies with me. Oh, I also have a bunch of new toys for the Snake Mistress and Scarface to play with as well." He smiled. "Excellent, with the base gone and Gato dead, everything should be peaceful in the Land of the Waves now." "Now then, who are your allies?" asked Hiruzen. "Oh, you will see soon enough," said Naruto as he snapped his fingers and within seconds, a couple of ANBU units appeared in front of Naruto and said, "How can we help you? Please bring Zabuza and Haku here because we need to make sure that they can swear their allegiance towards Konoha. We need to be able to avoid a war between Kiri and Konoha as long as they are issued a pardon. Furthermore, I need Zabuza and Haku to help me to prepare for the upcoming invasion of Konoha and stopping Orochimaru from getting his hands on Sasuke," said Naruto. "Hi," the Umbu said as they shined out of the office while Naruto handed the Hokage the paper before climbing out of the window towards the T&I department. ### with Zabuza and Kakashi ###. Alright Kakashi, looks like you and I were not able to finish our battle last time when Gato was around. But with him out, you and I can finally settle this once and for all. Use whatever techniques you have, just not genjutsu, okay? Stated Zabuza. Bring it on, Zabuza of the Mist. I will show you how much I have improved, said the Kopinin as he took off the patch covering his eye before making some hand seals. Soon, Zabuza charged forward and tried to slash Kakashi, but he somehow blocked it with his kunai before unleashing a few uppercuts towards Zabuza's face, knocking him towards the ground. Not bad, but as I have said before, don't block strikes from enemies stronger than you. He then decided to go for a vertical strike with his sword, but Kakashi dodged it again and gave his opponent a swift kick, causing the missed shinobi to fall on the ground. I can always match your speed even with your years of experience as a shinobi. Continued Kakashi as he continued to throw punches at Zabuza, but he just kept on dodging before disappearing in a show of speed. Soon, Zabuza readied his sword again before running through the training field in order to catch his prey. But he didn't notice Kakashi sneaking up behind him with a lightning strike until seconds later. Kakashi realized that he struck the massive sword with his Chidori, but it didn't seem to shatter the weapon. You're going to have to do a lot better than that if you want to defeat me. Smiled Zabuza. Don't worry, I got plenty of tricks up in my sleeve. Said Kakashi as he activated his Sharingan. ### at the interrogation office ###. As Naruto approached the T&I department, he waved at Inoichi who was busy trying to crack open a prisoner's mind, but his lack of cooperation made the task much more difficult. Furthermore, the snake mistress couldn't handle the noise as she shouted, "Would someone please shut that damn prisoner up?" The screams could be heard all over the department as papers flew everywhere on the floor, windows cracking, and chairs flying out. Luckily, Naruto summoned a few clones to pick up the papers on the floor before stacking them on the desks. He then walked towards Enko and said, "Are you all right? You look like shit right now. Don't remind me, Gaki. If there is one thing I cannot stand, it's the scream of that prisoner. Anyway, how did your mission go in the Land of Waves? I heard you took down Gato and his mercenaries before you burned their base of operations to the ground." Said Enko. "The mission went well, in fact I brought back something good for you guys to toy with." Said Naruto as he unfurled the scroll from his back and opened it up to reveal the captured mercenaries as they went head first onto the ground. Everyone around the room was shocked at what the kid had brought back, especially Inoichi who was still focused on trying to calm the prisoner down, but he had little to no success. So now, Naruto grabbed a rope from his pouch and tied the thugs down to prevent them from moving before focusing his attention on the prisoner behind him. He snuck behind the prisoner and whacked him on the head with his fist, thereby knocking him out in an instant. At that instant, Inoichi jaw-dropped at what just happened and said, "Wow. I don't know how you managed to calm him down, but he was really tough to deal with." "Thank you. My pleasure. Now then, you should have no problems with the mind transfer technique on him now. Anyway, I need to get back to those goons I left at Enko's side, and I am sure she won't be happy if I keep her waiting." Said Naruto as he returned to where the prisoners are held. "So, these must be Gato's henchmen that terrorized Tsunade and his family, eh? Well then, we are going to have a lot of fun making their lives miserable." She then summoned out her snake and wrapped it around the neck of the prisoners before Ibiki arrived and saw the commotion. "What in Kami's name is going on here? And why are there prisoners on the floor of my department?" barked Ibiki. "Ah, Scarface. It's been a while. Aren't you happy to see me after my mission from the Land of Waves? I brought you guys a special surprise since you wanted to torture prisoners, right?" said Naruto with his puppy eyes look. "Don't get any cute ideas, Uzumaki. Now tell me who those people are and why you brought them here." Said an indignant Ibiki. "Relax, is that any way to greet a guy that worked so hard to save the world for you? Anyway, these are Gato's henchmen that I found at the corrupt businessman's base of operations since my team and I had to go in for the kill, leaving no traces of survivors. However, why kill everyone when I can capture some and let them endure some pain and suffering?" Flashback. "Itachi, shall we split up? I will deal with Gato when you handle his prisoners." Said Naruto. "Sure. After all, protecting Tsunade and his family is your #1 priority, right? This could be your first shot at becoming Hokage, right? Now then, eliminate Gato and his henchmen, but leave some for Konoha to torture later on after the base of operations is destroyed." Said Itachi. "Hi, Itachi Dano," said Naruto as he dashed towards the base. As he arrived, the blonde could see that Gato has been waiting for him for a long time now and this is where the final showdown will take place. End flashback. "I see, so the killer of the Uchiha clan is back, eh? Why was he on the mission with you? Asked Ibiki. Well, he wanted a piece of the action after he saved my life from the wrath of his father. Furthermore, the only reason why Itachi killed his family was to test his power and to ensure that he can observe the Akatsuki's activities in case they get their hands on the Bijus. His powers are just beyond unbelievable, and I know for a fact that he will be granted a pardon just like Haku and Zabuza. The only reason why he murdered his clan was to prevent his father from harming me, since he hated me for what is inside of me, just like the villagers. Yes, I know this is a huge burden, but let's get back to the task at hand. Do you want me to torture these guys just like what I did with Mizuki? Said Naruto. No, but thank you for bringing those guys to us. I think we got this handled. Besides, shouldn't you get ready for the Chunin exam? There are a lot of other candidates out there getting ready for it, so you should start getting ready for it, asked Ibiki. I know that. But Gigi gave me the day off after my mission to the land of waves. Besides, I am here to see just how much pain and suffering those prisoners are going to get. Sure, their punishments will be severe, but I am willing to test out my own power on them thanks to the Sharingan that I have. Said Naruto with an evil glint. He's right, Ibiki-sana. Besides, we should allow Naruto to observe for a little while. With those thugs in our prison walls, they won't set foot in our village anyway. Said Inoichi. Besides, I was impressed with how well that kid handled Mizuki previously, so given the kind of fighting skills he has, I do think he is prepared to become a Chunin soon, since the Hokage had observed his battle through the crystal ball. Ibiki paused for a moment and thought to himself. Geez, the old man sure has his ways to let a brat get inside places he shouldn't be in, and now he comes marching in here with thugs from a different village. Looks like I might have to increase security around here later on after the written exams are over. He then turned his attention towards Naruto and said, you may observe everything that is going on here, but after that, get yourself over to the training field, since I need Itachi-sama in here as well, since he should be able to crack open these prisoners. With that, Ibiki escorted Naruto into the observance room with Anko sitting beside him petting one of her snakes. So, Naruto, tell me about your mission. Said Anko. Sure, what would you like to know? Asked Naruto. Well, I wanted to know how you met Gato and his men, how you managed to beat Zabuza by bringing that missing Nin and all that good stuff. And also here, take some dango, my treat. Smiled Anko. Thanks, Anko-chan. Now then, Zabuza was not an easy opponent, since he used to be a former Kiri shinobi. However, he betrayed his former village and would kill anyone that tries to get in his way. Believe me, he and Kakashi had an epic battle without any winners. Furthermore, he may be a powerful mist ninja, but he did regret all the things he had done in the past, and he was being used as a pawn by Gato since he was being paid to kill our client Tsunade. Of course I know that in my mind, Zabuza wouldn't hurt anyone, he was just confused as to where his allegiance lies now. Anyway, I told him to stop working for Gato and come back to Konoha with us, and he finally understood that being a bad guy isn't worth it. Thereafter, Gato betrayed Zabuza and Haku and instead wanted to kill that demon swordsman himself. Said Naruto. Geez, looks like you are able to turn bad guys into good guys after all, eh? You are really quite the negotiator. Perhaps you could change the outlook on Niji and Gaara during the Chunin exams. Do your best out there, just don't harm them too much. But still though, what did Gato do anyway? Well, he kidnapped Inari and threatened to use him as bait unless Tsunade paid a ransom to get him back. Furthermore, those thugs nearly killed that poor family, so I had to step in and execute them before they could do serious damage to the land of the waves. I mean, if that base continues to exist, the people in that village won't be able to return to their normal routines. Besides, if I am to be acknowledged as a hero of Konoha, then I have to save the other villages from death and destruction. Finished Naruto. I see, so that pathetic creep tried to endanger the entire village just to plunder them out of money, huh? That monster has no idea who he is messing with, but you could have brought him back to me for some painful torture. However, since you killed him already, I think those other pawns will have strong blood for my pet snakes later on. Besides, we will gladly accommodate them in our maximum security prison walls so that they don't escape. But you might want to talk to the council regarding Zabuza and Haku. Said Enko with an evil glint on her face. "Aw man, why am I being ripped apart by the council?" whined Naruto. "Those old bag of bones are simply too greedy since they always want to do things their way and not the Hokage's way. Relax, I am sure you will shake them loose," smiled Enko as she ruffled his blonde hair. The two of them continued talking until Itachi arrived at the interrogation department to prepare for the pain and torture for those thugs that harmed the heart of the land of the waves, since their punishments are going to be twice as bad as the punishments dished out by the Hokage. Furthermore, Hibiki reminded Itachi that he can use any method to make the prisoners suffer but not killing them, since was already aware of what the brat did previously. This time, the combination of Tsukuyomi and the Mangekyo Sharingan were the perfect recipes for interrogation. ### with Haku and Sasuke ###. Sasuke was certain to get back at Haku after their last match in the heavy mist. Furthermore, Sasuke was still known an elite Uchiha and should be treated with respect, since there was no way he can lose to a dope like Naruto. Furthermore, Haku was prepared to give Sasuke a rematch that he deserved, since it was Naruto that saved his teammate from a certain death. "I hope you are prepared to accept your defeat. Are you ready, Sasuke-kun?" asked Haku. "I am ready to defeat you here today, no matter what it takes." "You will regret injuring me with those Senbon needles," shouted Sasuke as the both charged at each other before exchanging blows. Furthermore, Haku quickly dodged Sasuke's punches and realized that he can't seem to rival the raven-haired boy's taijutsu because he could only do punches. As Haku started going through a series of hand seals, she said, "Sensatsu Suisho, 1,000 flying water needles of death." A rash of needles and countless senbon dashed towards Sasuke. Luckily Sasuke managed to catch several of the senbons before setting them in his mouth, since he could use the needles to his advantage because his affinity was mostly wind and lightning. Overall, since they are in a training field with no lakes, he must also use the terrain to his advantage before shouting, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Soon a series of fireballs engulfed around Haku as he dodged to avoid being burned. "That was not a bad move, but can you dodge this?" "Ice release, flying ice shards," said Haku as she spun around like crazy to deflect the fireballs and sending them onto trees. Soon, Sasuke notices that he was surrounded by a series of ice mirrors blocking his view and tried to find his way out with a kunai knife, but even his own weapon can't seem to cut down the sheets of ice. "Damn, looks like Haku has me surrounded. I have to come up with an alternate plan to get out of this mess." He then continued to run through hand seals before unleashing his grand fireball technique to melt the ice around him. "I see you have improvised your techniques, looks like you might have what it takes to defeat Itachi," said Haku as she released her ice mirrors before a large fiery dragon coming towards him. The Ixi user barely had time to create a protective shield before he discovered that his hair was burned. Thinking quickly, she went to a nearby lake and managed to cool off the flames before continuing the battle. "Do you give up yet, or do you want more?" said Sasuke as he panted heavily. "No, not anymore. You have gotten better, and I am impressed," smiled Haku. "Looks like I have won, but how do you know about my brother?" asked Sasuke. "Your brother was framed for the murder of your family since the Hokage wanted him to protect Naruto from your father. Furthermore, since you were the only survivor of your clan. But you saw the entire scene as nothing more than a genjutsu called Tsukuyomi. Someone else was spying on your brother for some time in order to learn his movement and hopefully use any conflict to turn it against Itachi so that he can be blamed. I do believe that the Tsukuyomi had similar technique that focuses on a large amount of killing intent into their eyes while mixing it with a high-level genjutsu, making the target think that he saw his or her own death." "You're lying. My brother wasn't trying to save me, he almost killed me next." "How could he have saved that dobe anyway?" shouted Sasuke angrily. Soon, 4ANBU Black Ops appeared in front of Sasuke and Haku and said, "Hokage-sama requests your presence in the council chambers. Kakashi and Zabuza are there as well, including Naruto," said Bor. "What does the council want with the former shinobi of Kiri?" asked Sasuke. "You will know soon enough," said Dog as they led Haku away from the training field. "Sorry, Sasuke, but we will have to finish this conversation later," said Haku as he waved at Sasuke, leaving him stunned at what just happened. ##council chambers ##. "I call this council meeting to order," mused Hiruzen as he quietly blew on his pipe. We are here to discuss about Naruto's newfound allies at the Land of Waves. Naruto, can you step in please? You called, Gigi, asked Naruto. Koharu could only glare at the boy crossly and said, show some respect to the council and to the Hokage, demon. At that moment, Naruto unleashed a killing intent on Koharu as he brandished a kunai and snuck up behind her with the weapon at the woman's throat. Care to repeat that again, you old bag of bones? You want respect, you have to earn it. The shinobi clan head snickered while Hamura tried his best to remove Naruto away from his partner. Such insolence. You will, but Naruto cut her off and turned his attention towards the Hokage. You called me here for a reason, right? Yes, we wanted to know why you brought that missing nin back to Konoha. Said the Hokage. Well, he was promised money by Gato if Tsunade was eliminated, but then he realized that Gato only used him as his pawn in order to kill our client, the bridge builder. Furthermore, Kakashi and Zabuza had a showdown in order to prevent Gato from trying to take down the old man. I see, so Gato was trying to take control of the whole village just to be corrupt. But how did you manage to convince Zabuza not to kill that old man, said Hayashi. Well, Hyuga-sama, I said to him that there are better ways to live his life instead of killing since he was not to blame for being used. I also said that if he continues his madness, chances are he will have to pay for his sins. Furthermore, I was just like him, being hated and shunned. Furthermore, both of them were confused as to whom they should trust. Said Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head. So troublesome, why couldn't you let Zabuza-sama kill Gato instead, grumbled Shikaku. I wish I could, but that would be bad for the Land of Waves since I know that Orochimaru is planning something big for our village. Therefore, I need these guys to help me take down the snake team. Continued Naruto. All of the civilians were in shock at that response and began shouting obscenities such as, kill the demon, banish the missing nin, but the Hokage immediately silenced them in order to avoid a splitting headache as Tsum and Shikaku stood behind the civilians waiting to strike for using such vulgar language towards the blonde. Based on the mission report, you and Itachi-sama raided Gato's base and killed most of his men before disposing of the businessman himself, right? Yes, Gigi. If I let him live another day, he will likely kill the bridge builder and Inari. I simply cannot let that happen. Besides, this was an A-rank mission and I was lucky to have Itachi at my side. You must be joking. How can you trust a missing nin after what he just did in the Land of Waves? Shouted a merchant. Zabuza is not a bad guy because when he was younger, he was being tortured and abused by his own village. When Gato took Zabuza in, he was trained as an assassin and would kill anything that gets in his way. But now, he finally realized that his days of killing are over and being a murderer would not guarantee the safety of a village. So I didn't have a choice but to kill Gato and bring back some of his surviving thugs to be imprisoned. As for Itachi, he wanted to defend the village from his father since that man nearly killed me. Finished Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Now then, based on our findings, I am hereby placing Haku on probation for the time being so that I can have you go through a memory check with Inoichi and I will have Ibiki interrogate Zabuza at the T&I department. Furthermore, I am sure those guys down there will have some fun with Gato's bodyguards. If their story checks out, they are hereby allowed to stay here. Anyway, everyone is dismissed. Said the Hokage. One by one, the civilians left the room stunned at what the old man just did. Furthermore, Naruto was given possession of Zabuza's Kobukurobocho out of respect for changing the outlook on his life. Secondly, with the base gone, Gato's possessions were stripped clean and his company has been turned over to the kid since he could probably use it to keep Konoha safe from destruction. After the meeting, Naruto headed back to his apartment to take a shower before prepping for the Chunin exams. Flashback. Naruto, said Kakashi. I have decided to let you participate in the Chunin exam since your skills against Gato are mid-Chunin level. Really? Smiled Naruto. Yes, I hope you are ready for it. Replied Kakashi. End flashback. ### with Sakura and Konohamaru ##. Sakura felt that she wasn't contributing much to the mission at the Land of Waves after what Naruto did earlier, but she didn't have time to mope about it. Just then she could see a rock following behind her, but didn't pay much attention to it. As Sakura kept walking, she turned around and said, "Really? Is that how you play ninja?" You guys suck at stealth. Suddenly, the smoke appeared before him, causing the girl to cough. You used too much gunpowder, said a boy's voice. I recognize that voice anywhere, said Naruto as he approached Sakura. So you can see through us, went another boy's voice. He's good. This one was a girl's voice. The smoke cleared to show three small children. One was short with spiky brown hair, yellow shirt, and a scarf around his neck. The second one had a pair of glasses and sinus issues, while the third was a girl with brown hair and pigtails. I am Konohamaru, the next Hokage. I am Udon and I like math. And I am Moegi, the hottest girl ever. We are known as the Konohamaru Corps. Naruto and Sakura both sweat dropped, since he was the only person that remembered the kid from when he graduated the academy, since he met the kid at the Hokage's office the first time. Furthermore, Konohamaru won't leave Naruto alone and begged him to train, so he did. The kid was trying to find a shortcut to becoming Hokage, and Naruto told him to grow up and find his own way, and he would be expecting great things out of Konohamaru later on. So what are you guys doing here? Asked Naruto. Please play ninja with us, said Moegi. Naruto was about to answer when he sees Sakura dragging Naruto away to the tower to prep for the Chunin exams. But soon, Sakura could see the little kids following him and shouted, "Will you idiots stop following us? The boss follows our orders and therefore, you must be his girlfriend, right?" asked Konohamaru. "Excuse me," shouted Sakura as she cracked her knuckles ready to punch the kid. "She is not my girlfriend, she has an obsession with Sasuke instead of me," replied Naruto nervously. "Aw, come on man, you can't let that witch dump you for that pathetic excuse of an Uchiha clan," smiled Konohamaru. "That does it. You are dead," shouted Sakura as she punched the honorable grandson hard, causing him to tumble backwards into a fence. "Ouch! How dare you harm the honorable grandson of the third Hokage," shouted Konohamaru. Sakura retorted angrily at the kid. "How dare I? You don't even know your place, you little pervert. That punch will definitely teach you to respect women." "Sakura, that's enough. I am sure Konohamaru will learn his lesson," replied Naruto as he tried to comfort his teammate before glaring at the kid and said, "She didn't really mean it, I am sure it's all a misunderstanding." He then turned his attention towards Naruto and said, "It's fine, are you going to play or not?" "Sorry, but I have to get red for the upcoming Chunin exams. So you three scurry along now." The three kids nodded as they turned into a corner before they knocked into someone. "Ouch! You little brat. I will teach you a thing or two," growled the man. "Kankuro," the girl with the fan said, "will you knock it off? He is just a kid, and probably didn't mean to bump into you." "Will you be quiet, Temari?" replied Kankuro. "That brat is going to learn some manners for knocking me down." Kankuro then drew back his fist and was about to unleash a punch before someone blocked his strike with a hand, leaving him shocked. "Put the boy down, you transgendered paint-faced clown. Or else," said Naruto with his deadly glare. "Who are you calling a paint-faced clown? This is freaking war paint," shouted Kankuro. "What will you do if I don't comply?" Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, gripping his arm that he used to pick up Konohamaru and tried to break it, causing the clown to grit his teeth in pain as he let the boy down. He then backed up and released the pack from his back since he had a sand symbol on his forehead. At that moment, Naruto realized that they are here for the Chunin exams. "You can't use that here, if Gaara finds out," said Temari. "Don't worry, he won't," said Kakureo as he decided to take the package out when, "Clown boy, what are you doing?" asked the voice. At that moment, Kankuro vein popped at the voice and said, "Will you stop calling me that? That kid just..." "Shut up, don't make me kill you," replied the voice. Kankuro gulped at the killing intent coming from the red head. "Let's get going, Baki-sensei is waiting for us." "Hold on, what is your name?" asked Naruto. "Me?" asked the older blonde woman. "No, I meant he guy with the scar on his face. I know you are Temari that is infatuated with Shikamaru." This caused the girl to blush after hearing that remark. "My name is Sabaka no Gaara," he said. "I assume you already know my brother Kankuro and my sister Temari." "Who are you?" "I am Uzumaki Naruto," answered Naruto. "I look forward to fighting you in the exams," said Gaara as he disappeared in a swirl of sand. "Thanks for saving me, boss." said Konohamaru. No problems. Now then, you guys should hurry and get back to class, you don't want to keep Irika waiting. Smiled Naruto as he ruffled the grandson's hair. A few weeks later, Naruto and the gang arrived at the tower that the Chunin exams were being held. There, they met up with Lee and his team since he was trying to challenge the last surviving Uchiha clan for a match to see who is stronger at taijutsu. Unfortunately, Nin Game appeared and warned Lee of the potential consequences his techniques could have. Soon, Guy-sensei appeared and decided upon the appropriate punishment for his student, leaving Team 7 shocked and disgusted. Afterwards, the gang could see that this test was actually trying to weed out the genin, but soon, members of Team 8 and 10 showed up and said, "Fancy meeting you all here," said Kiba. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Inuzuka? I see you are just as loud as ever," said Naruto. "Don't flatter yourself, I am going to kick your ass in the prelims," growled Kiba. "What's up, Billboard Brow? Still can't get over your obsession of Sasuke, huh?" said Ino. "Can it, Ino pig? Sasuke belongs to me," shouted Sakura. "How are you doing, Hinata?" asked Choji. "I am fine, but I could never get over Naruto since he is so sweet," she said. "Ever since he was little, I always wanted to protect him from the villagers." "Gee, I guess you couldn't get over him after all this time, smiled Kiba. The dog boy realized that Hinata had a crush on Naruto ever since the academy, but he didn't try to ask her out even once. Furthermore, when he found out that Naruto had let go of his obsession of Sakura, he seemed to be content on Hinata taking her infatuation out on the blonde. Soon a new voice called out to them, "I would be quiet if I were you, you don't want to attract attention around here." The voice came from a boy with white hair tied in a ponytail and glasses. He was wearing a purple vest with white undershirts and a Konoha headband on his forehead. "Now that you guys know who I am, time to get you guys familiar with the Sand Shinobi." He then took out the Ninefo cards and showed them Niji Hyuga and his bloodline and his skills since he was the rookie of the year previously. He then moved on to the Suna siblings since they are made up of the Kazekage's children, with Temari being the oldest to manipulate wind. The second oldest is Kankuro, the puppet master, and the last is young Gaara. Not much can be said about him since he has mysterious powers that no one knows about. Niji then turned to Kabuto and said, "I want some information on Naruto Uzumaki." Kabuto then took out Naruto's information and showed them the amount of D and C ranked missions he went on and how he defeated Zabuza and Gato, including the sword that he now carries on his back. Everyone was shocked at how well Naruto had performed on his last mission since he took down Zabuza and brought him here. Elsewhere, Tenten wanted to see Naruto's sword while Rock Lee wants a taijutsu battle with Naruto. However, he sees Sakura and said, "You are Sakura Haruno, yes?" "Yes, you must be," began Sakura. "I am the Leaf's handsome devil Rock Lee." He then got down on his knees. "Please let me go out on a date with you if you allow Ino to date Naruto." Ino was shocked at that response from Lee while Naruto and Sasuke smiled. This would be a good chance for Sakura to look into other men instead of Sasuke. "Alright then, on one condition. Please leave the leg warmers at home and put on some handsome formal clothes that will make you look good on a date," said Sakura. Lee nodded at her and said, "Thank you very much, Sakura-chan. And oh Naruto, I would like to face you during the prelims because there is very little that I know about your taijutsu, I guess. But you are a taijutsu expert due to your condition and I would love to match my speed against you," smiled Naruto. "It will be a battle for the ages," smiled Lee. Just then, a large boom and a cloud of smoke appeared on the other side of the room and Naruto knew who it was, wearing the black trench coat and bandana with the Konoha symbol on his head. "Alright, you bunch of weaklings and maggots. I am Ibiki Marino, your proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams. I am also the head of the Umbu's interrogation unit and my methods of torture are going to be twice as painful as a belt whooping. Now then, if you don't want your asses hooped, get your butts into a seat. Hello there, Scarface. Good to see you again after a while, so would you like to tell me how the whole interrogation went with those thugs?" asked Naruto. "How about after the exam?" said Ibiki. "And refer to me as Ibiki-sama, not Scarface." "Of course, Ibiki-sama. This guy is the mind sadist," thought Naruto to himself since Anko was the one that told him about this madman. Chapter 14, Chunin Exams, The Forest of Death. Note, the last chapter practically introduced Kabuto Yakushi, a shinobi that is pretending to be a Konoha shinobi in order to gather intelligence on Naruto and his friends. This time, Naruto is planning to get that spy out of his life, so therefore, after the written exams, the knucklehead will try and get that spy into the interrogation department for information later on. Mainly, this chapter will focus on who gets eliminated and who stays for the second part of the exam. As Ibiki faced the crowd who are taking the exams, he started to tell them the simple rules. You got 10 questions to answer in 1 hour, and I repeat, cheating will not be tolerated. You will lose a point for each question you get wrong, plus 2 points each time you get caught if you use any techniques. If all your points are gone, then you are disqualified. A special note, the final question is a special one and it will be asked 15 minutes before the test ends. You may begin now. Naruto realizes that this test wasn't going to be that easy since he has no clue as to what the answers are. These questions are so hard for a possible Chunin to answer. Hell, I think these tests are more designed for an ANBU. There is no way that we can answer any of them at all. And what did he say about cheating? Oh yeah, it is not allowed. Since it is only a 2-point deduction if you get caught. What did my girlfriend say about that Scarface? Oh yeah, he does mental torture, so he is trying to toy with our minds. Looks like numbers 55, 56, and 57 are out, bellowed the proctor as the 3 would-be Chunin with the rock forehead protectors were escorted out of the building. Luckily, Naruto calmed down and potted other people were cheating and they were trying their best not to get caught. As for Sasuke, he was using his Sharingan to copy the moves of another student while Sakura had the answers inside her head, thereby scaring off the other genins that are present. Numbers 13 through 15, disqualified. Said another voice. Another kunoichi from Konoha used mirrors attached to the ceiling via chakra strings to copy the correct responses from another participant while focusing the chakra to the radiance field. He then searched for people that knew the answers before making the moves they made as one by one the questions were answered. Numbers 104, 105, and 106 are out. One of the proctors threw out another team. On the other side of the room, Ibiki was surprised to see the remaining genin still here, including the knucklehead who was still working on the remaining 5 questions with the use of his Sharingan since his gaze never moved away from him. He smirked at the kid with such talent. So, this kid still has potential to make it to the end after Anko introduced him to me. He seems to be copying the answers, but I cannot figure out how he does it. Maybe it's that fancy technique Anko mentioned when he used it on one of my prisoners earlier. Still, he suppressed his chakra and didn't even seem to be scared of my killing intent. His record is impeccable. Naruto was doing other things after finishing the written portion of the exam and was prepared to leave a quick message for Ibiki since Anko stated that he was serious about interrogation work and would take this the right way. He quickly made a small seal while channeling his chakra through his fingers before adding the note for Scarface beneath it before sitting down and waiting for the final 15 minutes to pass. Alright, pencils down and listen up. Ibiki's voice bellowed again. It's time for the final question. You all have the option to take it or not. Should you guys decide against it, you will be disqualified. He then stopped to let the information sink in. However, if you answer it and get it wrong, you are banned from taking any future Chunin exams. He retorted. For a moment, the room was eerily silent until loud complaints from various people could be heard. You can't do that to us. There is a lot of people that are advancing to the second or the third exam. Screamed a girl wearing a Suna headband. Tough break, they didn't have me as their proctor, replied Ibiki. So, what is your decision? Soon, a number of hands rose to the air and they were escorted out of the room. Naruto noticed that Sakura and Hinata were about to raise their hands and he started to think that they are going to be disqualified and that they are going to be going home. Furthermore, he knows that Sakura will be good enough to pass because he has helped to train her while Hinata has confidence issues since this is obvious to them. Furthermore, a little help is in order for those 2 girls. As Ibiki bowed his head slightly to hide his smirk seeing Naruto raising his hand, Sasuke's face went into shock but that was replaced with a smile as he saw the smirk on the blonde's face. They were all wondering what that kid was planning to do. Just as he was about to be called out, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk. So what if we can't take the test again? It's not like any of got here without taking risks, so why should we give up now? If I fail, I will just be the first genin that will take the title of Hokage anyway. Sasuke's grin turned wider as he noticed that the rest of the genin exited thanks to the confidence boosting that he got. Nice work Dobe, you are always good at spreading that sort of shit to get to people. Even Hinata would have been ready to kill anyone who said such a thing, while Sakura smiled at her teammate. As for Ibiki, he was going through his own thoughts. Not a bad move, you might just become a chunin after all. I am guessing Anko must be up to something after putting you through all that mental work at our headquarters. The next 24 hours were pretty crucial as everyone awaited the 10th question with utter confidence since they have the ability to answer it and pass the test. Now then, the 10th question. He stopped as the tension in the room was rising. You all pass. At that moment, the reaction from the crowd was priceless as Naruto tried to tune out the crowd while Ibiki explained how important information gathering was and how they would be forces to make the same choices throughout their ninja career. Afterwards, a black ball of cloth crashed through the window following the sounds of kunai knives sticking onto the corners of each wall while revealing a banner that proudly stated, "The Great Enko Mitarashi, Snake Mistress and Psycho Proctor of the Second Exam." The banner was soon followed by the lady herself as Naruto tried hard to bite down on his lip to stop himself from laughing at her crazy antics since he was the one that was given her sadistic methods previously. The rest of the gang were scared and they had a good reason to be. What is this, Ibiki? You only have 24 teams that passed. You must be getting soft on them in your old age. Teased Enko while keeping her dangerous grin as she turned towards Naruto and grinned at him. Maybe we just got a good crop that will become probable chunins this year. Yeah, right. She chuckled. But no worries. By the time I am done with these wimps, the number will cut down to at least half. Alright, you ninnies. You all better get your asses towards training ground 44 tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in front of the Forest of Death or else you will all fail. With that said, everyone in the room left with the exception of Naruto as he walked towards the scary pair of sadists. Good to see you again, Enko-chan. Smiled Naruto widely since he was not afraid of her. As for Ibiki, he was studying them carefully while thinking of new ways to tease Enko. Likewise, Gaki. I will never forget what you did back in the headquarters. I didn't know what to do with all that blood, but it took us weeks to clean up that mess you left behind. Chirped Enko. You should get some rest, this next test will be rough. Really? I thought you guys liked the taste of blood in the morning. Besides, those prisoners didn't stand a chance in there after my little stunt back there. Said Naruto sheepishly. PHT. Yeah, right. What you did was pure cannibalism. Many of those prisoners that you captured from Wave have lost their ability to fight, not to mention their mental stability after your Tsukuyomi technique corrupted their brain functions. Honestly, I think Inoichi-san must have put you through a hell of a mind walk. Just don't try this stunt during the finals of the Chunin exams. Finished Enko. Ah, come on. Can't a kid learn to have some fun? Besides, I could try this again with a couple of grass shinobi and of course to Orochimaru's 3 sound genin. Anyway, Ibiki-dano, I left a note on the exam paper and be sure to read it, Scarface, he said jokingly before running out through a window while avoiding the twitch of Ibiki's eyebrow. He got you right there, Scarface. Chuckled Enko. Your boyfriend is a funny guy, he answered darkly, almost failing to notice a blush that crept up Enko's face. Enko, are you blushing? Teased Ibiki with a grin. And no, what gave you that idea? Said Enko as she tried to save herself from the embarrassment and teasing. Besides, wasn't there a message for you there? For a moment, Ibiki Marino considered what was so important that wasn't going to be told in person and wondered if this was some sort of a prank concocted by the boy. As he sighed, Ibiki went over to pick up the boy's test and noticed a written seal that was signed for Scarface. At that moment, Ibiki was nearly ready to rip the paper to shreds. However, the first thing that came to his mind was channeling a bit of chakra into the seal and watched as it broke into snake-like strands of ink while quickly devouring the rest of it on a piece of paper before it revealed a text. To Ibiki Marino, head of the ANBU Torture and Interrogation Division. Subject, concerning a spy in our midst. The so-called Konoha Genin, identified as Kabuto with no known last name, silver hair and spectacles, is actually a spy working for Orochimaru, as he is also from Otokage. We've identified him by the scent of snakes that only two people have, one being Anko and the other, the snake himself. Furthermore, as proof, that spy has the ability to possess certain pieces of information that only the Hokage and myself are aware of, such as Mizuki's betrayal, which was classified as my first A-ranked mission. The date is within the Hokage Tower's records and thereby off limits to anyone not cleared by the Hokage. As for the snakes, I am certain that Anko is more than happy to confirm it. P.S. Do be careful of Kabuto and Orochimaru, as they are planning a full-scale assault on Konoha during the third stage of the Chunin exams. Watch yourselves. And don't worry, I will have plenty of people in our arsenal to act as your backup. Good luck and good hunting. Naruto Uzumaki. Ibiki's eyes went wide at the report that he just read, thanks to the logic and proof that was supported perfectly. Looks like that Gaki was well trained in detection. What did he write? Said Anko. We got a spy to catch and we should warn Hayate to be on his guard. Said Ibiki. Kabuto thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't caught after sneaking inside the tower while avoiding detection from the guards. Once inside, he used a wisp of chakra to illuminate the cabinet and sifted through the records before picking out several folders and laying them on top of the cabinet. As he proceeded to do the same with the other folders, he started copying data from the records onto a scroll. At that moment, he could feel something stinging in his neck. Had he finished here, and soon, his world went black as he fell to the ground unconscious. Back at the tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the rain fall as it concealed much of the village. Furthermore, his high vantage point was one of the best places to stand with thoughts, because he found the sight of the peaceful village below him soothing. His memories went back to the times of when the third shinobi war, his pupils, and his former senseis. As the Hokage raised his hands to look at the pictures, he realized that he was getting too old for this job while trying not to remember the mistakes he made in the past. Hokage-sama, the voice of an ANBU interrupted his thoughts. Yes, he answered without turning back. We have captured a spy as he was caught sneaking into the Hall of Records by Mitarashi Anko and Ibiki Marino, thanks to a tip from Genin Uzumaki Naruto. He is now being held and interrogated at ANBU headquarters. Good, let me know of the results. Said the Hokage. Hi, said the Umbu as they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Once the report was finished, the Hokage resumed his thoughts, but what he didn't see was something that would have scared him. However, his face still had its gentle look, but those eyes now held a burning fire. At that moment, the Hokage has decided to start making amends and ensure that this village will still stand strong. Meanwhile, back at Naruto's house, a loud curse could be heard from the interior of the well-maintained apartment. If anyone was coming here several months ago, everyone would have seen a rundown place that was barely livable. Now, thanks to the knowledge of seals, the apartment was refurbished thanks to the mission paychecks that Naruto received. Currently, the kid was in his favorite place reading his book on seals while looking outside occasionally. Furthermore, he dropped most of his clothes, leaving himself only in boxer shorts since his body was filled with seals. This is weird, said Naruto to no one in particular. It all makes sense to me. He then flipped another page before he takes a bit of sake. Lately, that drink has become one of his pleasures in life, since having someone filter out all of the side effects out of his system and leaving him with the good taste. So, how come I can follow someone's research notes so easily? He asked himself. He thinks the way that I do, and there is only one person, but who? His thoughts were suddenly broken by a knock on his door. Now who could that be at this time of the night? As Naruto placed the book back into its place and dressed himself in a house robe, he opened the door and it shows a tired-looking Anko. Hey Gaki, just saw the lights on so I thought I'd stop by. Sure, come on in. He then quickly ushered her into the apartment before closing the door before seeing a few traces of blood on her skirt and sleeves. Make yourself at home, he added before heading into the kitchen to grab some towels and rags to clean up the floor of the blood left behind. As Anko sat down on the couch, she knew where Naruto lived for a while, but she never came in here. Tonight, she needed the company of the Gaki after his stunning performance during the first part of the Chunin exam, since she had known the kid for a while now. Her musings of the apartment's decorations were broken by a voice coming from the kitchen. Do you want tea or sake? Asked Naruto. Sake please. Answered Anko as she traced the fingers across several book-covered shelves while reading the titles such as Chakra Control, Seal Theory, Ninjutsu Theory, Anatomy, Medical Theory and many others that covered various other subjects in great detail. However, what attracted Anko's attention was the working desk, a simple hardwood desk with several small shelves above it. They refilled with scrolls that contained either seals or notes. Next to the desk, she noticed that there were 4 pots with thin purplish barriers and seals beneath them. Each of the pots have different plants in perfect condition while missing a few branches, flowers, or leaves since he usually gets replacement petals at the Yamanaka residence. Luckily, Anko's well-trained eyes easily spotted the tools used by herbalists to prepare the concoctions before spotting Naruto standing at the kitchen door with a saucer and a bottle of sake. How long have you been standing there? Asked Anko. Long enough. He said quietly as he seen Anko nearly falling asleep on the couch. Naruto may not have had years of experience with torture, but he could tell that Anko has so much willpower in her. Hey Ankone-chan. Stated Naruto. But he was not sure what to say to her. Yeah, you look tired. How long has it been since you last slept? Commented Naruto softly. 2 days. Besides, I was busy abusing and torturing a prisoner that was 2 cell blocks down next to Kabuto and boy, that guy was so hard to crack. It took at least 4 Umbu guards to keep him under control or else I would have become his next victim. You idiot, you need to learn to control your body once in a while, my dear. After all, you will need it if you plan to attack Orochimaru later on. Now come on. Said Naruto as he pointed at the room directly across from the kitchen while Anko gave him the "What the hell are you doing" look. You are sleeping here with me tonight. And don't even try to leave since my house is locked down with seals. Said Naruto with no malice in his voice. Hi. Said Anko as she dropped her head while pouting that a kid 5 years her junior had ordered her around before following him. You take the bed. Explained Naruto as he brought her to his bedroom. I will wake you up early so that you don't miss out on the second part of the exam. Besides, I will definitely give them hell tomorrow. And with that, he went towards the door before hearing Anko's voice. Thanks Gaki. Said Anko in her happy tone. Naruto smiled before he retired himself on the couch since he also needed rest as well. Furthermore, he sets his alarm to wake him at 7 before hitting the sack. By the next morning, Naruto enjoyed the rain that finally stopped last night. However, what worried him were the faces of the teams from the mist, rain, and grass villages. Although there was a large amount of water present, the mist shinobi didn't notice the sword on Naruto's back because that would stir up a lot of trouble. Luckily Kabuto's comments didn't get through to them since they have the blonde to thank for stopping Gato from taking control of the mist village. Therefore, the brown-haired girl gently touched the handle of the blade and noticed the curious and somewhat certain black-haired girl with a musical note head bead on her forehead. He immediately recognized her as Tsuchi-kin since she was one of Orochimaru's subordinates for the second portion of this exam. As Naruto took a moment to inspect Kin in detail with his Sharingan, he could tell that she wasn't much of a threat, but that he should be more careful since Kabuto already told the blonde about those 3 genin from the village hidden in the sound. There were also a huge amount of scrolls on her, including some strapped onto her long pants. Not bad for a sound kunoichi, but why do you look so familiar? He said idly before waiting for Anko to arrive since he took his time to polish his weapons on a nearby rock and cleaning his nails with some senbon, thereby unnerving some of the other genins. Sakura could only palm her forehead at her teammates' antics while Sasuke checked his equipment to make sure everything was there. Naruto decided to use the remaining time to take a short nap while keeping his senses working. He could notice Sakura talking with Shikamaru and Choji near a tree while Sasuke also rested his eyes. After a while, Anko along with several unidentified Chunin arrived just in time, leaving a smiling Naruto to watch her grin striking fear in many of the genin present. This time, she was going to promise pain and torture to the students beyond measure. That woman is scary, I tell you right now. Said Sasuke idly, don't get on her bad side and she won't hurt you. After all, I did let her spend the night at my place last night. Replied Naruto. Sakura jaw dropped at that response while Sasuke could only chuckle lightly. The scene was less than pleasant with the crowd of genin tensing at the arrival of the proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Furthermore, Naruto tried his best not to laugh his ass off at the sight of the cowering genin as the proctor proceeded to explain several different ways that the kids could die in the forest. For a moment, he could have sworn that this was for entertainment purposes only. Once she completed the description, one of the chunin brought up a large stack of paper and set them down on the ground. Okay, kiddies. Welcome to the second part of the chunin exams. This is going to be a survival test and you have 5 days to reach the tower in the middle of the forest of death. But be sure to take the heaven and earth scrolls since each team will have 2 of them. You will not know which is which. So after the 5 days have passed and you still haven't reached the tower or you have less than 3 team members, you will be disqualified. 5 days, asked a rock ninja. What about food? Asked Choji as he munched on his chips. Most of the wildlife is edible since I call this survival of the fittest. Smirked Anko since it never left her face. Naruto laughed as Ino smacked Choji on the head for being an idiot since food was quite a problem on missions such as these. Do we have a plan? Asked Sasuke. Nothing for now, but we should set up traps near the tower and take the others out of here and I want kin to myself after this is over. Besides, Dosu and Zaku should forget about Orochimaru since they are being used as his pawns for his goals. Furthermore, without Kabuto at his side, Orochimaru shouldn't be able to free him anyway. Not a bad idea, Dobe. Naruto returned to his nape waiting for his chunin to reach his team since he considered his training and sword skills were getting better and better. However, what was really important was having the ability to control his seal since Gaara was like him, except for the fact that he was psychotic. Sasuke, added Naruto as he drew the raven-haired teen's attention. Yeah, be sure you avoid the sand team. He said with a warning tone. Why? Did the redhead spook you? Asked Sasuke. They are dangerous, especially Orochimaru, so be on the lookout. Replied Naruto before he dropped the subject. Sasuke shuddered at that subject since the crazy blonde knew his stuff. Luckily the chunin that was stuck with paper duty handed the boys a form. Death waivers? Asked Naruto out loud as he laughed while those around him grew worried. Is that kid for real? I mean he is not even taking this part of the exam seriously, stated Zaku. Don't worry about him, I am sure he has his reasons for working with the psycho sadist. Replied Kin. On the other side of the clearing, Anko listened to Naruto's laughter and grinned since she was going to enjoy the events from the observation room in the tower. This is going to be fun, and whoever placed those concealed cameras are a freaking genius. As she listened to the noises of the genin speaking to each other, she got irritated. Pipe down brats, get those damn papers signed and exchange them for a scroll so we can move on. As the gang quietly obeyed the orders of the psycho woman, they quickly signed the waivers and went into teams of 3 to get the scrolls from their tents. Luckily with the interior of the tent fully covered, no one knows which team has the scroll. Team 7 walked over to gate 41 since the term was used to describe the entrance since it was a simple section of the fence with a small metal plate with a red number 41 on it. Naruto turned to his 2 teammates and noticed that Sakura had grown during the past month. She was still in love with Sasuke, but she was more focused on her training and the improvement was quickly visible. Sasuke still wanted revenge on his brother and it was obvious that he wanted to remove the Sharingan power away from Naruto. Overall he still had his holier-than-thou personality while getting the stick out of his ass since not many people can break the genjutsu when they saw him laughing or so. Furthermore, Sasuke still had shown appreciation for the pranks and would sometimes have a token of appreciation for his friends since he could very well remember how the ANBU guards chased after Naruto for desecrating the Hokage monument. Suddenly, a flare from the main gate rose up as Team 7 jumped over the fence to get their scrolls. The second phase of the Chunin exams have officially started. Chapter 20, Chunin Exams, Scrolls and Prelims. Note, this chapter will cover more of the second stage of the exams, including the first appearance of Orochimaru and the cursed seal that he will give to Sasuke. Furthermore, we will also see the Tsunade teams crushing their opponents to get scrolls before reaching the tower, so this will probably be about 5 to 10 pages. Naruto wasn't too worried about the Forest of Death since he can easily detect anything around him thanks to the powers of the Sharingan. However, he could feel that his face was being cut up by Anko's kunai earlier when she started using mind games on him. Although he wasn't affected by her attacks, the knife simply phased through him and hit the ground. Flashback. Anko suddenly appeared behind Naruto as his teammates headed towards the site of the scrolls and their comrades and started licking the boy's cheek while Sasuke and Sakura jaw-dropped. "What the hell are you doing with Naruto, you psychotic bitch?" shrieked Sakura. "What do you think? I am seducing him since you only love Sasuke instead of Naruto. Anyway though, you seem pretty confident inside this forest since many of the other genins that were here previously never made it out alive. But seeing that your team and the rest of the Konoha 9 breezing through my forest is a first sight for me. You got guts, kid, for capturing a traitor of this village, so get out there and make me proud." Smiled Anko as she patted the boy's back. "Sure, I will give it my all, and maybe we can go out and eat some dango after this is over." Smiled Naruto. "Are you nuts? That woman can easily torture you in seconds and you have the guts to date her," shouted Sakura. "Relax, Sakura-chan. Anko and I have known each other for quite some time now, and if I plan on adding her to my list of potential political marriages, then so be it," said Naruto as he disappeared into a flock of black crows towards the destination of where the grass genins were located, leaving Sakura and Sasuke to wonder where he wandered off to. "Genjutsu, eh? Not bad, brat," said Anko. "You don't seem to be scared of this forest." "Meh, this place is nothing compared to the furball," said Naruto as Anko snickered at the voice that dared to call the Kyuubi a furball. "How many times do I have to tell you I am not a furball?" yelled Kurama inside his mind. "Actually, you are a furball due to the fur and it's so soft and cuddly," squealed Naruto while Kurama sweat dropped. End flashback. "So Sasuke, how shall we do this?" asked Naruto. "Let us head straight to the tower, and if we see any team that we find, we will take them out. Otherwise we can set some traps for them," said Sasuke. "Sakura-chan, do you think you can keep up and run for at least 7 more miles in order to find Team 10? Asked Naruto. "It should be fine," replied Sakura. "Good. Kagebushin no Jutsu," said Naruto, and out came 15 of his clones. "Divide yourselves into 5 teams and scout ahead while one of us stay behind to keep an eye out for traps," ordered Naruto as the groups of clones dashed off towards the front and to the side. "Sasuke, use your Sharingan to make sure no one gets past my clones. I will go ahead and keep the grass genins at bay." He then dashed off towards the unsuspecting grass team before taking out a few Senbon and knocked them all out with precision in the neck area. With them out of commission, Naruto sifted through their bags until an earth scroll was found. "Just what we needed, let us get to the tower at full speed. If you cannot walk, Sakura, I can carry you," said Naruto. "No, I am fine, but I will go on ahead and protect Shikamaru's team," said Sakura as she disappeared into a swirl of leaves. As the gang headed towards the tower at full speed, Sasuke detected a massive chakra spike. "I don't sense any genin, it must be a Jinchuriki," he said as the team stopped to find where that was coming from. "I am going to check that out, you guys go ahead to the tower and I will meet you there," said Naruto as he activated his Sharingan. "Why?" asked Sasuke. "It could be someone from our village that might need help." "Relax, you got my Hiraishin marker. I will see you at the tower," replied Naruto as he prepared to jump away. "Be careful, Naruto," said Sakura as she hugged her teammate. "That's for good luck, don't worry," said Naruto. And within seconds he was gone. As the blonde traveled to the location of the chakra spike, he sensed 2 presences near him before analyzing their chakra levels and found that one was a Jonin while the other had Kage level reserves. At that moment, Naruto could tell that the mysterious shinobi was a Sannin that has the ability to summon snakes. He also recognized the Jonin as Enko while the other one was not known to other villages since he used to be a former student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto never felt that chakra anywhere before, and if there was anyone in the village that had that much strength, it has to be the Hokage and the blonde himself. As the blonde approached them with extreme caution, he could hear them talk and Enko was extremely angry and scared. "Ah, Enko-chan, how have you been?" the other voice asked in a sadistic tone. "What the hell are you doing here, Orochimaru?" asked Enko. "Ah, the snake team. I should have known it was Orochimaru," Naruto thought to himself as he continued to observe and jump in if necessary. "I am going to be dropping off a gift to a promising genin on Naruto's team," said Orochimaru cryptically. "Why didn't you?" asked Anko rhetorically. Why so serious, Anko-chan? You don't like my gift? Asked Orochimaru evilly. At that moment, Anko has had enough as she drew her kunai and charged at him. However, Orochimaru placed his hand in the tiger seal and activated her curse mark, causing Anko to scream in pain. You did forget whom you are talking to, said Orochimaru. Sanaigishu, hidden snake hands. Soon, Orochimaru extended a couple of snakes towards Anko and started biting her. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, said Naruto as he sent multiple fireballs towards the snakes and destroyed them with ease before he jumped in between Orochimaru and Anko before checking her neck and noticed that the strange mark was starting to glow. Curse mark. Shit, he is probably after Sasuke too, thought Naruto. My, another little genin coming to Anko's rescue, how cute, said Orochimaru in his usual mocking tone. Any ideas on how to defeat him, Fox? Asked Naruto. That snake is here for some reason, and if you fight him here now, too much attention will be attracted. Flare my chakra and try to hold him off, suggested Kurama as Naruto did what he was told to draw attention to any shinobi in the nearby area. So that's the Kyuubi brat, thought Orochimaru. Well, I got time for some fun with you. What the hell do you want, Snake Team? Asked Naruto as he tried to buy some time since snakes tends to be slippery. So you know about me? I'm so honored, chuckled Orochimaru. I am here to leave a small parting gift for the Uchiha. Gift? You call a curse seal a gift? Do you have any idea what it could do to them? Asked Naruto. Of course it's a gift. When he destroys the sound team I sent to kill him, he will realize the power that comes from it, replied Orochimaru. First Anko and now Sasuke. You bastard, shouted Naruto as he rushed towards Orochimaru with taijutsu. You are a little too hot-headed, aren't you? Asked Orochimaru. Naruto could only smirk as he used Katsu and his clone exploded, sending the snake Sannin crashing into a nearby tree. Now was that surprising? Orochimaru said as he watched Naruto escaping from the bush he was hiding in. What do you want Sasuke for? Asked Naruto. Just his eyes, added Orochimaru. The Sharingan. But I already have his power, so it would be wise to hide it since I don't want a pedophile coming after me, thought Naruto as he and Orochimaru continued their taijutsu battle. But it seems that the snake has the ability to dodge every single attack the blonde did by bending his body in various angles. Is that all you got? Taunted Orochimaru. No, but it's time for me to bring in the big guns, Naruto said as he took a whole different stance before activating his EMS and hiding completely emotionless with his cold blue eyes looking directly at Orochimaru. He then called out a wide-range attack and summoned out his clone while saying, Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique, Futon de Tapa, Great Breakthrough. The result was a big wide area of effect stream of fire that rushed Orochimaru and burned the surrounding area. As Anko watched in amazement, she realized that no other jonin could do these techniques without passing out from chakra exhaustion. Once the fire died down, Naruto watched as the snake bastard slowly crumbled away until he used a reversing kawarimi. This time, Naruto searched around and sensed that snake just in time to jump away from a hand that shot out of the ground. Orochimaru resurfaced and Naruto appeared behind him as well. Leaf style, Lion's Barrage, shouted Naruto as he unleashed a barrage PF kicks towards Orochimaru before it struck his face and jaws, along with his stomach. The snake didn't expect such a technique from a genin and quickly moved out of the way. However, Naruto wasn't finished as he took out his sword and slashed Orochimaru's shoulder with a clear shot, causing him to groan in pain as the blood splattered to the ground below. This brat is dangerous, if I didn't dodge that, he could have killed me, thought Orochimaru as he continued to observe the blonde as he didn't show any signs of stopping. My. You are something else altogether. It's a shame you can't be my next vessel, grinned Orochimaru as he opened his mouth to spit out his inhumane proportions before showing another one while dispatching his old skin behind. What the fuck are you? Asked Naruto as he was disgusted at what just happened. It's been fun toying with you but I must go now. See you around, said Orochimaru as he sank into the ground in order to avoid the ANBU coming towards them. Afterwards, Naruto turned his attention towards Anko and said, Are you okay, Anko-nichan? I am fine, but what you did out there was so amazing, yelled Enko. She quickly recoiled in pain once the Umbu arrived with the Sandame accompanying them. Naruto, what just happened? The Hokage asked. He was wearing his full battle gear that consisted of a full tight black body suit with metal shields in his arms and legs. Also with him was his personal summon, Enma the Monkey King, since he has also been in many battles previously. Orochimaru is here and I think he was responsible for Enko's curse mark, said Naruto as the Hokage's eye widened. So that old snake is back, eh? What was he doing here? Asked Enma. He is probably after Sasuke's Sharingan. I believe that the last survivor of the Uchiha clan could have the same curse mark as well, explained Naruto. The old man sighed and realized that the prodigy of his student turned out to be his greatest mistake. Umbu, take Enko to the hospital, ordered the Hokage as the Umbu carried the proctor out of the forest before disappearing. Naruto, do you still have the scrolls? He asked. Yes, but I am going to go after Sasuke since Orochimaru is closing in on him with the sound team, said Naruto. Alright, but be careful. I risked a lot already by interfering with the exams. Also, take Enma with you since he is very useful in tracking down enemy shinobi, said the Hokage as he left the forest while motioning for the monkey to follow Naruto. Soon, multiple shadow clones appeared from the forest as they are spread out widely to find his teammate. Enma, can you sense anyone below you? Asked Naruto. Sound genin detected with other fellow Konoha shinobi not too far from here. You should be there in about an hour, replied Enma as he turned into a thunderbolt staff. Thanks, Enma-sama, smiled Naruto as he took the staff and ran through the forest as quickly as he could while covering the entire area. About an hour later, Naruto could sense Sakura's chakra signature, especially Sasuke's since it was weaker and weaker. Damn, Orochimaru must have gotten to Sasuke already. This is bad, said Naruto. Focus on the battle ahead of you. Your friends need your assistance, stated Enma. You're right. Let's go, shouted Naruto as he arrived where Sakura was and noticed madness and mayhem. Sakura was already on the ground with her hair cut in half and several kunai wounds. Lee was also there, but he was bleeding from his hairs and bruised like crazy. As for Team 10, Ino tried her best with the mind-walking jutsu while Choji did his best to use his human boulder on Zaku after being called fatso. None of them had the chance to defeat the sound genin and Kiba was already out cold.